The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 41, Negotiation Part 2. The girl introduced as Albertus had a fire lit her eyes and looked like she could pounce on me any second. If anything, it was almost unbelievable that she had not already done so. I returned the keeper's stare. The weird man whose thoughts I cannot seem to decipher, rubbed two thinly gloved hands together and a very unpleasant expression adorned his face. Didn't expect that. Neither did I. The one in your grasp seems to be more valuable than anything else to the destroyer. Although, it's hunting I specialize in. I need some time to decide. You can't have any. Upon hearing my response, Albertus gripped the table and bared her teeth at me. Her thin fingers dug into and made cracks on the thick wooden table. Quite the terrifying strength considering that it did not seem like her physical abilities were enhanced by positive energy. That said, I could easily do the same. I broke the rules we had set and fed more on Senri than needed because I had predicted that the opponents would be powerful. I did not come here willy-nilly without a plan. The details of negotiation were not much of a surprise either. It was just that, their process seems a little too peaceful than I expected. The only thing I possessed that would make them go so far as to deign to negotiate to retrieve, could only be Senri. This is rather a pickle. I am a monster. Senri shows me compassion despite that because I am hunted down. If that image is broken, there would be no reason for Senri to stick close to me. They really are clever. I doubt the Death Knights would keep their promise, but I could raise my chances of successfully evading them if I could conceal my negative energy. I cannot survive without blood. Not my problem. You can hunt as much you want if you can conceal your negative energy. And if you really are a harmless vampire, there are any number of ways for you to survive. The keeper scowled. This is difficult. It is true that there are any number of ways. The reason vampires are hunted is because they get carried away by the bloodlust and exhaust their prey of all blood thereby killing them. Moreover, a true vampire as a result of the curse, is capable of turning their prey into another being that dwells in the darkness. A vampire that expands its influence exponentially would be considered an enemy of mankind. However, as long as I do not manifest that particular special ability, I could almost be considered harmless. The curse placed on me is useful in certain circles. Perhaps, I might even be able to find a patron. The piece of paper that the keeper had pulled out was the contract. The paper by itself held no power, but written on there, were the details of negotiation mentioned earlier by the keeper, which were, in return for freedom and the night crystal, I was to disappear from Senri's side of my own volition. Let me have your name. And seal it with your blood. It will serve as proof that you weren't coerced into this deal, and then we can head towards the willful princess with it in hand. This proves nothing. It sure does. There's a curse placed on vampires. Their bodies turn to dust the moment they are killed. It's impossible to get their blood after they are dead, and as a Death Knight, she should be capable of identifying your negative energy embedded in that piece of paper. The keeper's voice was low and gloomy. Knowing her, it would not be too strange if she actually found it convincing. The keeper put his hands in his pocket and retrieved a leather pouch from within. He placed a crystal the size of the nail of the little finger on the table. It was rather small, but I certainly recognize it. It was the real deal. I could tell instinctively. It is the crystal that is capable of absorbing the negative energy I constantly radiate, thereby preventing its dispersal. I am not sure if it can completely hide my aura given its size, but it is still better than nothing. And I am desperately in need of it. Though it may be small, it is rather a rare item that you won't be able to find easily. Kekekek, beings of darkness would all kill to get their hands on it. It's not something a mere lesser vampire can get a hold of. It still can't replace Senri. Let me show my objection once. I do hope to live a peaceful life, but it is no more than a stone. Given that I have managed to already come across two, I am sure there should be a third stone somewhere in this world. However, there is only one Senri in this whole wide world. The keeper frowned and spoke almost as if to admonish. You are hindering her future. You can't possibly think that tagging along with you is where her happiness lies. If you really do have a sense of humanity, shouldn't you let her go? This is what I was talking about. This man clearly knows where my weaknesses lie. My strength is the human will I possess, which is also my weakness at the same time. This is sad. I even feel sorry for this man before me. Although he is harder to deal with than the Death Knights, who only have strength to their names. Has she gained anything after being bewitched by you? There's a black mark in her career. She is pursued by people who were once her colleagues, she has destroyed her health and is currently laid up. Don't you feed on her as you hide behind your weaknesses and take advantage of her kindness? If you really do possess a human heart, then give it some thought. Cornering me with a sound argument and convincing words will have no effect on me. Because I have no sense of justice. Everything he said is true. I am perfectly aware of it. I exploit her kindness and rely on her, while giving nothing back in return. I wanted to survive even to that end. My plan may have fallen apart. What should I do? No, the answer is obvious. I took deep breaths as a human would do and looked into the keeper's eyes. Senri gave all of herself to me. Ah, don't get me wrong. I meant everything but her virginity. She remains pure. So, she can still return to being a Death Knight. I knew that I would need to return her to the Order someday. I do not understand how, but a strong power of blessing dwells in a pure body. That is why almost all of the Death Knights, irrespective of their sex, stay chaste. It is one of their weaknesses, and the beings of the dark and demons take the initiative to target said weakness. The keeper's eyebrows twitched a little. So you knew your place. I feel ashamed to have almost jumped to the wrong conclusion. I grabbed the pen on the table and did not hesitate in the least before I signed the contract with the name End. I am sure they never imagined that I would agree to their conditions so easily. I returned the pen to the keeper, who gaped at me. There's just one thing I have to say. I wasn't the one who bewitched Senri, but it's the other way around. I didn't snatch anything from her, but she bestowed everything upon me. Senri made me human. I doubt you can understand the feeling of suddenly waking up a monster one day. Nor the happiness of being accepted by a human being despite what you've turned into. Alberta's breath came out in puffs, but she stayed silent while her pupils contracted. I grabbed the night crystal from the table and placed it inside my breast pocket. I bit down on my right thumb, and approached the paper with a bloody finger. I hold Senri dear to my heart. So, if this will make her happy, then I would only be too glad to let her go. I pressed my thumb on the paper. A clear fingerprint was stamped on the contract. I wonder how blood can remain when the undead turn to dust upon death. This is good. I cannot think of any other way. This is fine. The rest is a gamble. As I stood mulling things over, the keeper picked up the contract, gave it the once-over nodded in affirmation and placed it in his pocket. He smiled and held out his hand as if to shake mine. I'm glad that you're a reasonable vampire. That's a load off my shoulders. By the way, there's something I wanted to ask you. What is it? I ignored his outstretched hand and returned to my seat, eyebrows furrowed. The keeper and Albertus. What a terrifying pair. Even after hearing my resolve and my convictions, they were not moved in the least. I thought I was supposed to be the monster here, but how the tables have turned. He is the personification of the image of a vampire hunter I had in mind. My lips curved into a smile. This negotiation really had me sweating. And now, I voiced my doubts. Do you have the permission from the Death Knights for that contract? They aren't exactly the kind of people who'd show kindness to monsters as far as I know. Kikek. No wonder they wanted me to handle this. Aren't you a clever one? He reached out and grabbed my arm. I felt it go limp. But right at that moment, I kicked the table up in the air. The huge, heavy, wooden table flipped over and he could not hold on to my arm anymore. I regained my strength in that arm in a flash. The table fell with a resounding bang and a moment later, the sound of screams and yelling reached our ears. It was meant to completely take him by surprise, but the keeper had not been crushed by the table. Maybe he had quickly moved to the side to evade it. He gazed at me unperturbed, with a smile on his face. I wonder if the reason I lost my strength in a flash was because he had a crucifix under his glove. Had I not turned over the table, I may not have been able to shake him off. However, at that moment, what I felt was huge relief. Indeed, this is how the relationship between a vampire and vampire hunter should be like. The keeper unsheathed his sword. It was a silver sword that gave off unpleasant vibes. It was a crucifix. I could tell instinctively. It clearly satisfies all the conditions to be a crucifix which vampires find dreadful. Since considering the size of the grip and the sword itself, the guard was simply too long. The keeper smiled. Don't think badly of me, poor vampire. I haven't broken the contract. I shall mercifully condemn that soul of yours to hell. The customers, realizing the situation, left behind their drinks and food that they had been enjoying, and ran for the exit, helter-skelter. Oh right. Vampire hunters do not care about humans. The Death Knights would try to protect the people, but vampire hunters would not even attempt to do so. The reason why they become vampire hunters is either money or a deep-seated resentment towards vampires. They are madmen with a strong will, who would not give up despite not possessing the power of blessing to overpower the undead like the Death Knights. They would not mind sacrificing 1,000 humans if it meant the death of a single vampire. That is the kind of people the vampire hunters are. Albertus picked up the table with one hand and spit it out angrily. I see you drank your fill before coming here. No matter how you try to fool us with your pretty words, I can smell it on you, vampire. Do you intend to meet Senri right after you kill me? This is just extra service. We are not affiliated with any group you see, it would be nice to have that monster owe us one. So they are fine if things get complicated. I see, so the request they received was to simply kill me. It does not seem like they intend to let me live. Well, I suppose a vampire hunter cannot be referred to as such if they fail to hunt down a vampire. However, I did not think they would not even let me leave the tavern. The keeper retrieved a bottle from his pocket and poured its contents over the blade of his sword. The liquid trickled down from the sword to the ground. In all probability, it is the holy water that has the power to eat away at the body of undead. I cannot afford to take a blow. I am superior in simple terms of power, but I am not aware of the effects holy water would have on me. The keeper and I are similar in a sense. I smiled amiably. The keeper grimaced. And that is when I pulled out my hidden card. I haven't broken my promise either. I never spoke about the contents of the letter to another soul. I never spoke about it. I simply showed it. I came here alone as promised. However, I had someone waiting here before I got to this place. That was a close call. I suppose it was simply impossible to attempt to see this peacefully to the end. Moreover, I could not act like I did not care about Senri's happiness either. Sheath your sword. And I had planned, a cold voice reverberated in the near-empty tavern. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 42, Vampire Hunter Part 1. My objective is survival. I would do anything to increase my odds even just a little. Why else would I waltz into enemy territory to get the night crystal that I so desperately need? Unbelievable. Even if they had set the time of meeting at night during the working hours of the tavern, which is favorable to me, and displayed that they meant no harm, they are professionals that hunt dark beings for a living. I have come across my fair share of powerful opponents. I am not conceited enough to think I would be able to go head-to-head with them just because I had a bit more blood. So, you planned it all. The keeper frowned and his voice betrayed no emotion. Albertus whipped around and looked ready to pounce as she glared at the owner of the voice from earlier. Senri stood behind the keeper and Albertus. Her head was buried deep into the hood of her robe and she had on the fake pair of glasses as disguise. Her piercing gaze and the sword that served as proof that she was part of the Death Knights, were pointed at the keeper. Although not a perfect plan, I had her sneak into the tavern before the sun had set. Quite likely long before the keeper or Albertus made it here. I wanted her to witness the transaction between me and the vampire hunter. If things had settled without any incident, she had no plans to reveal herself. However, I was certain that they would attack me. They had me for a while when things were going smoothly, but grudges always ran deep. Senri looked eerily pale. The reason could be anger or because I acted a little willful and drank too much blood. I ended up spewing a lot of embarrassing things, but it did not look like she minded. In spite of being at the other end of the sword of a second-class knight, whose strength I cannot even compare to, the pair still had not lost their fighting spirit. Albertus snarled at her. "You fooled us, huh, you lecherous bitch. Alba, stop it. She is not our target." The keeper shrugged lightly. But the look in his eyes was just as cold as his dangerous partner's. He still held the crucifix sword in his hand. As far as I know, vampire hunters are no match to the Death Knights. And yet, what is giving them this composure? I had thought that they would retreat the moment Senri entered the picture. Unless they have something else up their sleeve. Well well. Destroyer's gem. Aren't you taking things a little too far? Do you even know what you're doing? That vampire may still be a lesser, but I heard it is a singular specimen, ancestor, created by Horus Carmen. I don't get it. I should think a Death Knight would understand the danger it poses. Ancestor. I have never heard that term before. Nor did I come across it in books. However, considering that Senri has not interjected, I suppose it was common knowledge in their circles. The keeper ran his fingers along his sword as he continued at large. We have no idea about the reason behind its creation. It needs to be exterminated before it completely turns into a monster. Kikek, another ancestor, could leave several casualties in its wake. Not that it's a matter of concern to me. He hasn't fed on anyone else but me. He's still rational. And perhaps, he always will be. That brought a change in the keeper's expression. His face deep with a frown, he sighed deeply and spit it out. This certainly makes things difficult. If that's its singularity, then it makes that vampire, the worst among the ancestors we've witnessed so far. It could inflict evil upon the entire world. Leave it to a second-class necromancer to create such a thing. Senri Silvis, if it manages to propagate that singularity, it could gain immense power. Are you raising the most dangerous vampire ever? Senri's face expressed strong doubts for an instant. Our eyes meet. However, I keep quiet. I have nothing to say. I have no idea what an ancestor is or what he means by me being dangerous. But I believe in her. The silence lasted a few seconds. Senri frowned and spoke in a controlled manner. Leave. I will watch over him. Kikek. Our negotiations have failed, I see, that's unfortunate. Alba. The keeper did not look the least unperturbed hearing Senri's response. He barked a curt order to his partner by his side. Seize that pitiful vampire's bride. I wanted to go as easy on her as possible, but, just make sure she's alive. I refuse. I shall kill that vampire. Don't kid around. Would you have me, a mere human, take on a Death Knight? Just do what I told you. If you catch her quickly, you can help me with the hunt. Unbelievable. Do these people intend to fight Senri? This is completely not what I had expected to happen. Even under restrictions, Senri is much stronger than me and she does not possess any obvious weaknesses like me. Albertus lifted up the huge table with one hand and easily flung it in Senri's direction. Considering she could do that with her small body, her power could possibly rival mine. I wonder if there is a trick to it. Nevertheless, this is not the time to stand lost in thought. Almost the same time, the keeper made his way over to me. He raised the crucifix sword over his head. Keep your wits about you, vampire. He was not that swift, but it gave me a very bad feeling. I retreated to the back and easily evaded the blow. Droplets scattered around. The colorless, transparent liquid is akin to strong poison to me. A crucifix is not that fatal a weapon against vampires. However, it has the power to make one feel sick and weak upon coming in contact with it. More so when the keeper's sword is made of silver and has been splashed with holy water. I doubt I would be able to heal as quickly if I were to take a blow. I may even be rendered unable to move. It was my first time facing off against a vampire hunter. I do not have the luxury to worry about Senri now. I pulled back, picked up a table and flung it with all my strength, just as Albertus had done. I am brimming with power. And I am in great shape. The keeper clicked his tongue and slid to the side to avoid it. Apparently, he is no match for me in terms of endurance, physical strength, or regenerative ability. In return for all that, I have a ton of weaknesses. I have attained my objective. All I need to do is get out of here. I kept an eye out for his attacks as I retreated. On the other side, Albertus had taken to all fours and lunged at Senri like a beast. I do not need to worry. Senri is more than capable of fending her off. For now, I need to shake off this man in front of me. The keeper relentlessly pursued me as I pulled back. Sorry you had to come all this way to drop off the night crystal. Don't worry, you'll be paying for it, with your life. The crucifix sword is thrown at me. Upon closer inspection, two more similar-looking swords hung from his hip. The inside of his cloak was filled with strange weapons I had never before seen, but they gave me a very unpleasant feeling. I evaded the sword. The long sword pierced the wall and shook badly from the impact. However, I cannot try to take it in hand. I would lose my strength as soon as I touch it. This puts me at a disadvantage. The man before me does not look like the type to pursue someone with all his strength. That looked to be more his partner, Albertus' job. I am overwhelming him in terms of strength, but it would be dangerous to get any closer without knowing all of his tricks. I exit the tavern. The keeper chases after me. There were a lot of curious onlookers gathered outside the tavern. Seeing me rush out, they screamed and scattered everywhere. A hostage. I should not take any. I doubt hostages would work on them and Senri would never forgive me. 6 small, silver crucifixes came spinning towards me. They looked almost like boomerangs. They really are innovative, huh? I evaded them half exasperated and half impressed. It was simple given the heightened senses and enhanced physical abilities of a vampire. What an impressive trick. Right? Another crucifix sword came flying at me. It is pointless no matter how many times you repeat it. The moment I tried to avoid it, pain suddenly shot across my whole body. My hands froze in place, but I somehow managed to whip out the machete at the last minute and knock down the crucifix sword. The keeper was closing in on me. That is when I realized I was caught in a loose web of dark thread. I bear with the pain, force my body to move and release myself from it. Silver threads. They were dyed black so that even a vampire with night vision might fail to notice it. There is no puzzle as to when it was set up. The keeper's hands pulled back. The threads became taut and the 6 crucifixes that were thrown earlier came at me from behind. Shit. I promptly wheeled around and used the blood ruler to knock down the crucifix attached to the thread. At the same time, the keeper came at me brandishing his crucifix sword. He is strong. He certainly would not win any battles, but he was accustomed to it. Had Albertus been at his side, I would have stood no chance. I ignored my body screaming in pain and cried out. "Don't patronize me." I kicked off the ground. I am much stronger now than I was at the time of my training with Senri. The ground fractured and the earth shook. It broke the keeper's stance. He looked dumbfounded as his eyes met mine. Reflected in his cloudy eyes was a monster with red eyes. I sneered, "Time to retreat. I do not think I can handle them. If I think about it calmly, they are hunters who specialize in killing vampires. I should not have to face them as a lesser vampire." I took a big step back, which exasperated the keeper. He reached into his cloak and retrieved a ball the size of a fist. He stepped back and sent it hurtling towards the ground. White powder dispersed through the air. A smokescreen. That only works in my favor. My body was instantly taken over by intense nausea and pain. I slid to the ground in spite of myself and hurriedly got back to my feet. My head spun around. I dashed out and made it past the cloud of white powder. My naked palm was red and swollen. I felt like passing out. Tears would not stop flowing. This acrid smell, finely ground garlic I see. On top of which, there also seemed to be a smattering of silver powder mixed in there. I cannot believe they are being so mean to a helpless, little vampire. I do not feel weak. Looks like powdered garlic and silver are not capable of taking away my strength. I would like nothing more than to wash it all away, but if I carelessly jump into a river, I will die. I need to look for a roof to jump onto. Given my physical abilities, I can jump over from one roof to the other to get away from here. The moment I crouched ready to kick off, I heard the high-pitched shriek of a shot being fired. I felt intense heat at the side of my torso and pain shot across my body. The bullet had made a hole in the wall before me. I placed a hand over the wound and applied pressure. White smoke arose from it. Silver bullet. Luckily, all it did was graze me. I looked back. The keeper had a huge revolver leveled at me. I wonder what kind of training he has gone through to be able to accurately aim at me in this darkness. Ugh, damn you. I hate you. The feeling is mutual. That was not surprising. The keeper pulled the trigger. I bore with the pain and evaded the bullet that came hurtling towards me. The number of bullets are limited, and given a vampire's dynamic visual acuity and reflexes, it is rather easy to evade them. Had I been unhurt, I could even split them in half using my machete. Maybe the keeper had discerned that I still had energy left in me to fight back. He put down the revolver and uttered disappointed. "Do you intend to leave behind the princess, your bride, vampire?" "Of course. I am. If I put my utmost effort to make it out of here, I doubt they would chase after me. Senri will be all right." The original plan was to run away the moment a fight broke out. We have already set a place to rendezvous later. I jumped up on the roof still dizzy. Although I had made it out of the cloud of white powder, I still felt dizzy. It has been quite a while since I was in this much pain. However, it still did not compare to the solar penalty, but that does not mean I want to go through this again. I doubt we'll meet again. Goodbye. End. I've committed your name to memory. Next time, you won't escape. The sword he sent flying landed within an inch of my feet. I ran away with my tail between my legs. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 43, The Vampire Hunters Part 2. The pain lingered. However, I shall press on as long as I am able. Pain and undead do not go together. Thanks to my previous life experiences, I quickly gathered my wits and made it out of the smokescreen, but originally, the undead can barely feel pain, nausea, or dizziness. If such an undead's weaknesses were suddenly targeted, it could be rendered motionless for a moment. What dreadful tactics! Anybody else would have been killed. Not to mention, I did not get to land any attack on the keeper. Feeling a profound sense of defeat, I moved from roof to roof as quietly as possible and managed to reach the inn we were staying at. I doubt he would come after me right away. However, I am strapped for time. I would like nothing more than to take a shower to thoroughly wash off all the powder on me, but I have no other choice but to give up. My life is more important. I was put through the ringer, but I got what I needed. Night crystal. I do not doubt its authenticity. I have no idea how the keeper managed to track me down, but if I conceal my negative energy, it makes me no different from a normal human. It is within grasp. I can live a peaceful life, it is possible. I shall hide myself in a town far away. As long as I have the night crystal, I can freely move around town and try out all kinds of food. For the time being, I can kick back and relax, drinking a bit of blood every now and then. I entered Senri's room and picked up our stuff that had been packed and ready. Pain still lingered in my body, but I felt much better than before. I suppose the powder dusted off me as I jumped from one roof to another. I do not think there is a risk to my life. It is rather fortunate that vampires do not need to breathe. Had I happened to breathe in a lot of that powder, it may have felt like my organs on fire. I touched the window. The meeting spot is near the exit of the town. The one who got back to the inn first was supposed to pick up our stuff. Meaning, Senri has not managed to shake them off yet. That girl called Albertus had strength that certainly rivaled mine, but I doubt that would be enough to beat Senri. Knowing Senri, I do not need to worry. It is possible that she is holding back so she does not end up killing anyone. I dusted off my hands that were red and swollen in an effort to distract myself. At that moment, the sky suddenly shone bright. The atmosphere turned electrical and I heard crashing sounds from afar. The sight felt familiar. It was the same light that Senri had unleashed at the dragon during the battle against the Lord. The light faded away in an instant, leaving behind darkness. But to think Senri was pushed to use that move that was powerful enough to reduce the mansion to dust, things must not be going too well. I jumped out the window and looked in the direction the light had appeared. I only hesitated for a second. I should not go to her aid. Senri is strong. She is capable of handling the girl by herself, and even if the keeper were to join in, it still should not pose that much of a threat to her. If anything, I might only be a nuisance if I go to her. Her power of blessing is no more than poison to me. I weaved across the people who had appeared onto the streets, alarmed by the light and noise, and made it into the alleyway. I broke into a run towards the rendezvous spot we had settled on. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. Senri had requested me not to kill them. She did not regard vampire hunters as the bad guys. The Death Knights are few in number. The world needed vampire hunters. And I, who looked up to the Death Knights, am of the same opinion as well. The undead are meant to be purged from existence. I am nothing more than a pathetic monster, who fights against his fate due to selfish reasons. I wish they would not attack me, but I do not resent them for it. As long as they do not go for my head or pose that much of a danger to me, I will not try to kill them. Resentment begets resentment. If so, it is better to treat them with kindness and humor them. After all, I have plenty of enemies. So many that killing one or two would not make much of a difference. Although the chances are slim, perhaps there will come a day when I no longer need to worry for my safety. I neared the gate and hid myself between two buildings and waited for Senri. I sharpened my senses and tried to pick up any traces of the keeper zeroing in on me. The silent town at night somehow filled me with sorrow. Come to think of it, I could not take a look around this town either. I spent all my time looking after Senri, and not to mention my promise to her that I would not step out. I do not mind as much since I was happy to nurse her, but will there ever come a time when I will be able to freely take a stroll around town? I only wish for something simple like shopping or to go on a walk. The wind blew. Suddenly, a sweet odor wafted through the air which jerked my head up. It was from afar, but it was Senri's scent. I sniffed around trying to pinpoint the direction it came from. I squinted in the darkness. Thank goodness, she is fine. Well, I did believe she would be. At that instant, I was caught by a strange sense of foreboding. I deliberated for a minute. I reprimanded my leg that still hurt and broke into a run. Senri's blood is sweet. And her body that houses all that blood, her skin, her hair and all of her smells like the finest fruit in the world. However, I still should not be able to sense it all this distance away. Despite all the weight I was carrying, my speed did not drop. Someone who happened to be on the street, got startled at me whizzing past and hurriedly made way for me to pass through. And not long after, my eyes found Senri. Senri. N.D. Senri was terribly wounded. She was awfully unsteady on her feet, however, her feeble-looking right hand still had an iron grip on her sword. The power of blessing around her body looked much weaker than usual. Her body was covered in blood. It was not from someone else. It was the scent of Senri's blood that I knew all too well. Her beautiful silver hair was dyed red with blood and she was bleeding out of her stomach that she was applying pressure to with her left hand. The sweet smell made me forget my pain and shook me violently. Her violet eyes caught a faint sight of me and as if the thread holding her up had snapped, she collapsed to the ground. I leaped out in an effort to catch her. The moment our bodies touched, intense pain shot through my whole body. Her hair brushed past my cheeks and burned them. I muffled a scream that I almost unwittingly let escape and gently laid her down. Faint smoke arose from my body where it had come in contact with her. Although it was not as bad as when I was shot with the silver bullet, my body was sounding the warning signal. Positive energy. The spontaneous veil of positive energy around Senri's body had filled my abyss. She had taken it down during our travels, but with her unconscious, her body had cloaked itself in it. I suppose this is her normal state. Perhaps her body had instinctively activated it upon sensing danger to her life. I closed my eyes and honed my senses. I focused on my abyss. The death energy that I possess is quite strong. Even for Senri, it should take quite some time to bring it to zero with the power of blessing she is unconsciously radiating. And the smoke from earlier had already disappeared. I cannot be killed that easily. However, that does not mean I do not feel any pain. I pick up Senri's sword which scorches my palm, but I somehow manage to put it back into its sheath. We have no time to lose. I would like to treat her wounds, but they had already hurt her pretty bad. There is no doubt they are on their way over here. There is no time to wait for her to regain consciousness and have her take down her shield. Should I leave her here? The keeper never ordered Albertus to kill Senri. I am sure they would treat her wounds. And surely Albertus would not deal the final blow to someone who is unconscious. I took in a deep breath. No, I cannot do that. She was fighting for my sake. I should fight for hers. Above all, if I lose her, my chances of survival would lower greatly. I would end up alone. I could even bear with solitude, but the next time we meet might not be on friendly terms. I trust Senri, but Ape who I happened upon in town, is an undeniable monster. I called out to Senri whose body lay limp. Don't worry. First things first, we need to make it out of here. When gathering the necessary supplies, we also stocked up on medicine. I could treat her after we put some distance between us and them. Senri recovers exceptionally fast when she is enveloped by the power of blessing. She would soon regain consciousness. I put my arm around her, bit on my tongue at the pain that shot through me, and held her up. Steam arose from my arm and body. Almost as if I was holding fire that had some weight to it. The pain was not that intense, but the never-ending pain brought back memories of solar penalty. But this is still much better. I would choose to be killed by Senri over getting purged by the sun any day. The positive energy flowed into my jet-black soul, but considering the rate at which it was being filled up, I need not worry. as I descend into the abyss at a much faster pace. Her head had already stopped bleeding, but the wound on her stomach still left a trail of blood as it slowly trickled onto the ground. What was waste? No, it was not. I should stop her bleeding soon, as Senri was already quite anemic since I had just fed on her. She would bleed to death at this rate. The keeper and Albertus will soon be here. I feel bad that this would put a strain on her body, but I doubt I can defeat Albertus who reduced Senri to this state. I bore with the pain and ran as fast as I could. Senri moaned, still unconscious, and I made sure I held onto her tightly so I did not drop her. The guard at the gate took a look at us and his eyes opened wide. However, I have no time to go through the necessary procedures to leave town. So, I crouched and shot myself up. I easily jumped over the gate that was more than 5 meters high and landed on the other side. My arms and my body were screaming in pain. Maybe Senri was fighting for her life, for the power of blessing around her got stronger and it scorched my body. Bring it on. I shall survive. Together we shall survive. This pain is nothing compared to death I have experienced once before. I steeled my resolve once again and bolted into the darkness, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. The tavern had been reduced to an unrecognizable state. The tables that had been flung across, had struck the wall and had made cracks. It would take some time for them to reopen shop. Particularly devastating was the huge gaping hole that was where the ceiling originally was. There were no traces worthy of mention around the hole. She must have used her power of blessing for purely destructive purposes. It is a skill unique to the Death Knights. A Death Knight's strength is centered around their power of blessing. The energy whose form they can freely manipulate is much more versatile, prompt and powerful than magic that can make similar miracles happen. Standing on debris, Albertus looked up as she bared her teeth at the hole in the ceiling. So it got away. Likewise, I see. Kakik, quite the vampire that one. Seems to be, accustomed to pain. The keeper frowned as he let out a muffled laugh. It certainly did not appear to be the novice that it was. The tactics employed by vampire hunters that attack every weakness of a vampire should spell certain death to a stray vampire. Their body should freeze in response to the pain they have never experienced before. And when they are rendered immobile, their quick reflexes would be of no use. However, it still managed to escape. The outcome would have been different if Albertus had been there. All the same, it will not happen a second time. The most dreadful thing about a vampire is its intelligence and ability to learn. We had an overwhelming advantage during the first face-off, but the second time, the opponent would already be privy to our tactics. Of course, the opponent is a lesser vampire. It is no match to a keeper, but you've put us in a pinch by letting the bride slip away. How are you going to explain this to that monster? Ape the Destroyer. The best among the best of Death Knights who has annihilated countless first-class vampires. Someone that a mere lesser vampire should steer clear off and can never hold a candle against. Albertus turned away from the sighing keeper. She flew up in the air. But I made a hole in her stomach. Next time, I will end her. That defeats the purpose though. If you hurt her that badly, it should take some time for her to recover. We will run them down before that, before we make our client mad. I will definitely not lose, if the moon gets fuller. Alberta's golden eyes shone brightly. Her slender body swelled up, tearing apart the black clothes she wore, reducing them to shreds. The transformation only took a few seconds. Standing there, was a huge black dog. Black, gigantic, a dog as intelligent as man. So you need a new set of clothes again. How many times have I told you to transform after taking them off? Albertus howled almost threateningly at the exasperated keeper. Her eyes burned bright with resentment towards vampires. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 44, The Escape Part 1. I forgot about the pain as I ran through the night like a madman. I had no destination in mind. My only thought was to put as much distance between us and the keeper as possible. I stopped once to patch Senri up. Her condition looked a bit more stable. She should not die as long as she was not poisoned or something else along those lines. The aura of blessing around her never dimmed. Even as she was wrapped in a thick robe, the pain it inflicted upon me never lessened. However, I cannot stop. I was running out of time. The brilliant moon already shone overhead. The day would break in just a few hours. Which means, I have to find a way to keep moving under the sunlight somehow. Amongst the numerous weaknesses of vampires, sunlight is the worst. Those dreadful vampires would never miss an opportunity to make use of it. I ran past a peaceful meadow and was greeted by a huge, black mountain range. I suppose it would be much easier to conceal ourselves in the mountains. We might even be able to find a cave to rest in. At this rate, if the sun happens to rise before Senri wakes up, I am done for. Not to mention, there are monsters out in the open. However, that does not mean it would be completely safe in the mountains. There are monsters there too. Moreover, they are different from the monsters that inhabit meadows and the wilderness, in that they are intelligent. There are even ones that can comprehend human language and have established a kingdom. Referred to as the king of nature or king of the monsters is the being called the demon king. They are antagonistic in nature towards humans and rule over a huge territory away from human towns with a number of monsters under their command. Although the bad guys depicted in half the stories were necromancers and the undead, the other half depicted demon kings. They are dangerous beings that possess strength that man could only dream of and live by their own rules that clash with human principles. There should not be a demon king in the vicinity, but they do not concern themselves with the circumstances of man, so they could have expanded their territory. For all I know, there might even be a new demon king. I mulled over it as my legs moved forward. After a few seconds of deliberation, I changed my course towards the mountain. If it came down to a fight, there are better chances of winning against monsters than vampire hunters. Above all, the mountains lush with trees could shield me from sunlight, so I would be able to push my limits even after daybreak. And there should also be no shortage of food. A fire in the mountains would probably attract less attention than it would in an open meadow. I shall only think about surviving. And I shall choose the options that will increase my chances even a little. The night crystal lay safe in my pocket. With the backdrop of the mountain at night, I dashed up the gentle slope without a clear path. The branches that snapped as I made my way up the mountain did not harm me in any way. I followed the scent of water. I barely came across monsters. A few passed by, but they did not try to attack me. Perhaps their animal instincts had made them realize the difference in strength. I suppose the risk of having to fight me outweighed the temptation of devouring an unconscious Senri. It is almost next to impossible for them to defeat me, whose physical abilities are almost on par with a vampire without resorting to exploiting my weaknesses like the vampire hunters. I jumped over the bushes and simply ran across the rough path passing monsters when Senri's eyes fluttered open. Weak, purple eyes looked into mine. E.N.D. Thank goodness, really. I would like her to take down her aura of blessing, but I do not think she is capable of doing so right now. There is also the possibility that it is healing her wounds. Well, I guess it is fine. I can still bear with it. I held on to her more securely and further picked up my pace, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. In the end, I came to a stop near a brook. The sun will rise any moment. I could not keep running forever. I gently lowered Senri and she stood on her own 2 feet even as she staggered. I stopped hurting immediately, which brought me relief. How long was I out? It's not daybreak yet. Ah. Senri touched her head and rolled up her clothes to reveal her abdomen. Her pale skin looked captivating, illuminated in the moonlight. The wound inflicted by Albertus was barely visible. The blood had also been completely wiped off. She checked her abdomen and uttered dumbfounded. These aren't the clothes I was wearing before. I changed them. I thought I wouldn't be able to control myself if I carried you with your clothes soaked with blood. I didn't touch your underclothes though. Why, am I healed? Senri's wounds were deep. I have no idea how she was attacked, but it was not the kind of wound that could stop bleeding just because I wrapped them up tightly. Same goes for the wound on her head. I had no other choice. I tried to sound calm as I answered her. I licked them. And it wasn't because I couldn't control myself. I mean, the bite marks I make on you heal right away after I stop drinking, don't they? So, I thought maybe a vampire's saliva had healing powers. Moreover, I thought it was a waste of blood too, but it was more for your sake. If I were to be questioned if the experience was arousing, then it was, yes. Stripping of her clothes and running my tongue along her body and wounds were very pleasurable and a bit arousing. But I ultimately did it for Senri's sake. Also, I felt my power increasing even if not as much as when I actually feed on her. I was killing two birds with one stone. Just as I had expected, the wound on her abdomen closed up right away. I doubt the blood she spilled was restored, so she needed complete rest, but her life did not hang by a thread now. Of course, I washed it off with water after. The magic I learned came to be of help so soon. I didn't sink my fangs into you. Although I did plan to, if licking didn't work. The longer I explained the more I felt I was digging myself deeper into a hole. Senri had been looking at me reproachfully for a while, after which she sighed a little and fixed her clothes. Her pale skin disappeared from view. Thanks, and, you saved me. No, I should be the one thanking you. Tell me anytime you need me, although, it's best if you never do. The blood was delicious. I was told that my thirst cannot be satiated by drinking preserved blood or blood from corpses, but that does not seem to be the case with drinking blood as soon as it was shed. Making use of the high mana, I forcefully wielded non-elemental magic. Although it had only been a few days since I started learning magic, I was growing accustomed to it. I probably possess a whole lot more mana than the common man, so I can practice for a lot longer. If I keep up with this pace, it should help me greatly with day-to-day life. The fire crackled, sending sparks flying, and I made use of that to set fire to a leaf. The wind carried the smoke away. Senri's words came out in a whisper. Her small fist was clenched tightly. I was too careless. That Albertus is a cursed being. Cursed. Something like a subspecies of vampires. Although they aren't as strong, they gain power in exchange for something, which makes them dreadful. Well, that would explain how she was able to pick up and fling the table using one hand. She was pretty small and her arms were rather thin. It did not look like she had any muscles. I see, her power certainly somewhat resembles mine. My body may be a little more rugged, but it still did not look strong enough to lift up a table with just one hand. I have no idea what the compensation was, but I am sure she is not a vampire considering she hunts them down along with the keeper. And circumstances aside, there is no changing the fact that she heavily injured Senri. All I could do, was run. How shameful. Don't blame yourself too much. Death Knights specialize in hunting down beings of darkness. I said comfortingly as Senri looked at me sullenly. She stroked her neck. And, it was all because you drank too much blood. I couldn't gather my strength. But you gave me your permission. You told me the situation was concerning so I could drink a bit more than usual. You still drank too much. I asked you to stop, but you didn't until after a while. Senri looked at me reproachfully. I was allowed to feed from her neck after a long time. I have never had alcohol, but that must be how it feels to be intoxicated. I had no luxury to revel in the pleasure when I was bodiless, but the situation was completely different this time. It was incredibly satiating and pleasurable, and although she is criticizing me now, it seemed like she was trembling with pleasure back then. She never asked me to stop, but she did say, "St." I did actually stop halfway, so please forgive me. I want to do it again. I won't lose next time. As long as you don't drink too much of my blood, I can win. The thought did cross my mind during our training sessions, but it seems like Senri hates to lose. I pulled out the small night crystal from my pocket and showed it to Senri. That opportunity won't come for a while. I got the night crystal. All we need to do is hide somewhere. I see. Even so, we need to pick a suitable place to lay low. I'm sure they are using a tracking spell that doesn't rely on tracing negative energy. That begs the question. How did they manage to track us down? Of course, I did not think we had successfully hidden our identities. Me aside, Senri's looks are too unique, and if they whittle down the list to those that arrived at night, finding us should not be too impossible. I held doubts. And fears. However, I cannot spend too much time deliberating. Senri needs to recover as soon as possible. And we cannot afford to live in the mountains forever either. I relayed my suggestion to Senri with a serious look on my face. I am thinking of reaching out to my family, from my previous life. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 45, The Escape Part 2. I was born into a noble house of a small country. That said, it was neither a powerful or illustrious house, probably. It was of the title of Baron, and we were never invited to popular huge gatherings. As I was bedridden since the age of 10, I was unable to take a look around our domain or enjoy any of the special privileges that came with the class, but our house was enormous and I never had to go hungry. A number of servants were employed by the family as well. Well, I suppose we were wealthier than the average house. Or they could not have spent a great deal of money to treat their son who was destined to die of an unknown illness, by calling over light mages. My family stopped visiting me a few years leading up to my death. However, I did not fault them. I was afflicted by an unknown disease, whose cause was obscure, and my family had their own life to live. Even if they had visited me, I was in no state to properly receive them. I do not resent my family. I am well aware of how apathetic I feel towards them. At first, I did resent my own circumstances, which I eventually projected onto them, but after several years of fighting the sickness, even that dissipated. Unable to feel neither resentment nor loneliness, I died. That is why, my decision to reach out to my family came from a purely practical standpoint. Baron Fermet. I was his third son. That was my station in my previous life. If it were not my negative energy that led them to me, then the Keeper and Albertus must have tracked us down through the humans we came in contact with. We could stay outside in the fields without relying on any human towns for shelter, but that would simply be a stopgap measure. I do not think it would be a bad idea to enter into the protection of authority. We might be able to get ourselves a safe house, and they might even help us gather supplies. More than anything, if we were to escape to some place far away, I needed to make a firm decision. I bear no grudges against my family, so it does not sit well with me to cause them trouble. I could not say that they never loved me. The risk is pretty high, said Senri reasonably, while I pointed to my hair and I humorously. I take after my father. They wouldn't want a monster that looks exactly like their son making trouble somewhere, would they? For an instant, Senri's face scrunched up like she was about to cry. No need to make that face. I do not pity my current circumstances. Of course, not becoming an undead, peacefully growing up in a noble house, receiving a good education and getting a job does not sound so bad. Nevertheless, I do not hate my life now. Okay, end. If that is what you want, then I shall go along with it. Thanks. Don't worry, I'm not trying to have my revenge against them. Senri's eyes widened a tad and she whispered. Okay. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. Although I did not remember the name of the town I used to live in, it should not be too far away. Huck was the one who brought my corpse to the Lord. And the first prerequisite for the corpse to be resurrected as a fleshman is for it to be fresh. Even if magic were used to keep it cool, it would be pretty difficult to carry a human corpse over a long distance. It goes without saying that Huck would have used the shortest possible route. If the town the corpse originated from was too close, then Huck would not be able to keep the identity of the corpse hidden from the Lord. But even that came with its limits. As it happened, the barony of Fermet was nearby. A map we had bought in Semezra only showed the general location, but it should take less than 10 days to reach if I ran as fast as possible. Although it was a wasted trip to come all this way since the barony was in the opposite direction, it might serve to throw the vampire hunters off our scent since they would not least expect it. I gathered our things and signaled Senri to get on my back as usual. I could not sense the keeper and his companion near us. I am faster than a horse, and even if Albertus were faster than me, the keeper is just a human being. I doubt they would split up and come after us separately. Come to think of it, I have really grown accustomed to running while carrying Senri on my back. As I stood lost in thought, I felt a sharp sting on my back. My body shook in spite of itself and I let out a scream. She forgot to take down her aura of blessing. Ah. I am sorry. Nah. It's okay. I was just a little startled. I should not succumb to it unless I am extremely weak. However, I do feel the sting. I realized it during the fight with the vampire hunter, that pain was a big weakness of vampires. Since we are normally numb to it, the effect is strong when we do feel it. Once again, I felt my back grow heavy. But it was pleasant this time. A slender arm wound around me and I could feel her heartbeat due to close proximity. Senri is supposed to be carrying all our stuff, but it was an insignificant addition. I broke off into a run as if I was carrying nothing. My body was overflowing with power from the last time I fed. It always felt amazing to be physically active. I kicked hard at the earth and thought about nothing but moving forward. It almost felt like I had become one with the wind. Suddenly, I heard Senri whisper in my ear. I've been trained to automatically shield myself with the aura of blessing if I lose consciousness. Did it hurt? To be honest, it hurt a lot. But it wasn't unbearable. I suppose I should be glad that it was not powerful enough to threaten my existence. If it had, I would have had no other choice but to leave her behind. I kicked off the ground, flying into the air in night sky. The waxing moon shined down upon me. Jumping around the night sky made me feel invincible. I could make out trees sparsely spread out, slopes and brilliant eyes of monsters below me. I need you to act as the guide. Got it. Leave it to me. I listened to her instructions, descended the mountain and reached an empty meadow. There was nothing as far as the eye could see, so with my visual acuity I would be able to tell if the keeper was on my trail. Come to think of it, the crowded town was an ideal playing field to the keeper. If we had faced off somewhere spacious where I would be able to use my physical abilities adequately, then I could have won the fight. It is futile to think about that now, but I suppose we had been playing into their hands right from when they chose the place of meeting. However, the keeper would not have expected for me to get away. The next time we meet, I shall win. That reminds me, Senri, what is this ancestor that the keeper mentioned? It has been bothering me since then. In order for me to survive, I not only need to know about my enemies but also about myself. Senri said nothing for some time and eventually sighed and spoke softly. It refers to a vampire with a special curse, one that a necromancer brought into existence. A dangerous being, that the practitioner pours all of their aspirations into. And, I dare say you fall into that category. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. I suppose the battle with the vampire hunters is more of a hide-and-seek than a game of tag. I am faster when it comes to speed, so even if we were to both set off at the same time, I would still pull way ahead of them. That would put us in a rather favorable situation, but they would try to fill that gap with wit, courage and skills. They have already once taken us unawares. So the next time, there would be no pretense of a negotiation, I am sure. That crystal is the real deal. Although not as strong as the one you had before, this one should still be able to conceal 80% of your power. And unless you're within their sight, you should be able to conceal your identity from even Death Knights. So Senri whispered in my ear as she rested on my back. I assured her that I would not mind her getting some sleep, but I wonder if she did not feel sleepy. It felt tingling to have her whisper in my ear. But the sensation was a little enjoyable. That's good to hear. It's better than nothing. But be careful, negative energy is not the only thing that gives away a vampire. According to Senri, vampires are powerful but come with their fair share of imperfections. The very first necromancer, in his pursuit of a perfect being, created a wild zombie, giving birth to the art of necromancy, which in turn brought forth numerous abominable spells that propagated, but the process itself was never perfected. The vampire brought into existence using necromancy had several special abilities, a perpetually young body, enhanced physical abilities, but at the same time possessed several fatal flaws. So fatal that even a normal human could stab them to death. Well, I suppose that is how it was meant to be. They gained power in return for all those flaws. In the end, the very first necromancer was never able to correct those flaws. The necromancer's ritual, the one used to bring forth undead, called reverse, is still not in its complete form. And that is the reason, the art of necromancy did not die inside the creator's head but propagated everywhere. The first necromancer made sure of that in hopes that his fellow mages would bring improvements to it. And those are the roots of the necromancers in existence today. Therefore, singularity exists in the reverse curse. Something that was brought forth as a result of each and every necromancer trying their hand at perfecting the ritual. The undead develops in accordance with the curse, and roughly around the time it becomes a vampire, its abilities begin to blossom. If the necromancer was unskilled, the curse would be unable to attain balance, resulting in the destruction of the vessel, but if things go right, then a special singular undead would be created. That type of individual is referred to as an ancestor. A product of a necromancer's aspirations, it would be the forefather of a new kind of monster. They make prime targets for the Death Knights. In most cases, the process may only result in the enhancement of a previously possessed special ability, but among them, there are those whose flaws disappear or change into something else entirely. And as Senri speculated, it is highly likely that Horace Carmen did something similar to me. I cannot argue with that. The Lord had intended to transfer his soul into my body. And he was someone with great aspirations. That reminds me, those corpses in the cellar may have been spares to test the ritual on. Or they may have been the result of failed ones. Either way, I reckon he would not have built any great flaw into a body that he was going to inhabit himself. This is not the right time for this. I have too little information. It grew quiet behind me. I suppose she fell asleep. She is a light sleeper. She would respond right away if I called out to her, but there was no need to wake her up unnecessarily. I endeavored to keep from swaying too much as I ran single-mindedly. Finally, after 7 days, after repeating the cycle of traveling by night and sleeping in a hole by morning, without being pursued by the vampire hunters, we safely trespassed into the Fermet territory. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 46, Homecoming Part 1. We succeeded in making it into town unsuspected by anybody, and planned our next move in an inn. We were already in the Fermet barony, but the particular part of town felt unfamiliar. The town was needlessly huge with the buildings here and there, and it had an overall idyllic atmosphere. There were not many soldiers guarding the town, and most of the residents we spotted seemed to be either farmers or merchants. Never would they have imagined that an undead, widely known as the enemy of mankind, would ever trespass into their town. I suppose it is a sign of peace. Perhaps they have grown a little too complacent with their peaceful life. I intended to meet my family alone. The one I am to meet is not just the lord of the land but also nobility. He is certain to have people guarding him, and I did not want to show Senri my weak side. Naturally, as soon as we arrived here, she could have inquired about my station in previous life, if she had so wished. I had a total of 7 siblings, although I had no older sister, and I am probably the only one to have passed recently. It is not my intention to hide my last name from previous life. I suppose the information would not cause me any trouble, as the Lord, the only one who held absolute control over me, is no more. The reason I still go by the name of End is due to a sort of gratitude I feel towards the Lord, and because there is the possibility that Ape or the vampire hunters might target my family should they happen to discover my family name. Although it would be a futile attempt. I do not really care if my family were to be taken hostage. At most, I would find it a little off-putting. My body matured when I evolved into a lesser vampire. I shot up a bit in height and had also developed some muscles, but my face remained the same. My parents should be able to recognize me. In the event that they do not, I shall cross that bridge when I get to it. I washed up thoroughly, brushed my hair and put on decent clothes. I will not be taking the blood ruler with me. I can use my fists against normal humans, not to mention, anyone would be horrified if their dead son breaks into the house, all armed. And, you're, really, brave. You think the odds of this working are slim? Yeah. Bound to fail for starters. Because the undead are the enemy of mankind. Senri is a brutally honest person. Her purple eyes looked earnestly into mine. I am not really expecting to be welcomed with open arms. When that happens, all I have to do is run away from there. Things will continue to be the same as they are. I am free now. But, maybe they will accept you, and you have retained much of your own self. Good luck. Ah, thanks, Senri. Do you need blood? Senri asked hesitatingly. Looks like Senri felt sorry for me. That is unnecessary. I am used to tragedy. As someone who fell victim to an incurable illness and then overcame death, my mind is quite strong, probably. The color had returned to Senri's face in the week that had passed. The blood she lost must have been replenished. No matter how confident she is in her physical abilities and endurance, Senri is still human. To put it simply, she will die if she loses too much blood. I am all right, since I had my fill the other day. Not that I do not want her blood, but I would rather not place a burden on a convalescing Senri. Well, come to think of it, we have grown a lot closer. It could be attributed to us being incessantly pursued, but it looks like my plan is bearing fruit. There is the possibility that she is treating me like she would a pet, but if she would allow me to feed from her neck, I do not mind being treated any which way. I'm good. But, would you give me a hug? Senri's eyes opened wide upon hearing my request, but she soon opened her arms wide and embraced me, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. I quietly made my way through the dark night. I only had to exert a little strength to run at a blinding speed. If I were to pass by a normal human being, they would probably only consider me a sudden gust of wind. I effortlessly jumped from one roof to the other, and did not feel any tiredness. What is it? Nah, I feel like I heard something just now. Must be your imagination. I heard nothing. 2 men dressed like soldiers looked at each other, puzzled. I wonder if they are patrolling the town. I retreated into the shadows and went past the puzzled pair of men. The stage I skipped in the process of evolution, Dark Stalker, has completely dark skin and is capable of concealing itself in the darkness. There is a reason for the order of stages in evolution that happens due to the curse rebirth. I am gradually maturing, as a monster. My time as fleshman, ghoul and even the stage of Dark Stalker that I skipped over have all shaped the way I am now. My only concern was about not obtaining the ability to conceal myself in darkness that a Dark Stalker is said to possess. If I had it, I would be able to move around even more covertly. I can still use the abilities I obtained during my time as a ghoul. So I should be able to use the abilities of a dark stalker as well. However, as of now, I have nary an inkling on how to use it. It might be better if I could find a dark stalker and observe the ability with my own two eyes, but I have never come across any other undead besides the ones the Lord had under his command. I moved quietly under the shadows and headed towards the Baron's mansion, which was the biggest in town. The mansion was surrounded by a fence. There were several guards on patrol, but they all looked relaxed. I am strong. Even if I had not been given a little training, guards who do not possess any weapons that could target my weak spots, can do me no harm, no matter their number. I almost forget what I am since I am pursued by my archenemies all the time, but I am a vampire, a being that the whole world fears. Although I am still only a lesser vampire. I kicked off the ground, and easily crossed over the thorny fence that was meant to discourage intruders. I was completely stealthy and did not make the slightest sound. They must not be prepared for any intruders other than humans. A true vampire is capable of transforming into a bat or fog, so any amount of countermeasures they come up with would only be futile. I ran through the large garden. The study of my father, Baron Fermet, should be at the far end. The mansion felt very nostalgic. I was moved to a villa when I fell ill, so I had not seen the mansion for a few years until my death, but seeing it now brought back memories. I did not allow myself to get carried away by my emotions as I neared the mansion. The moment I witnessed the shut door at the front of the mansion, I felt an unpleasant sensation in the pit of my stomach. The owner of the house refused to let me in. The curse of the vampire was in effect. I had expected this. I am already dead. It would be abnormal if they actually welcomed their son who is supposed to be dead. However, I was a little taken aback. More so because Senri, a complete stranger, had already accepted me for who I am. The curse still has a weak effect on me, so I might be able to enter if I pushed myself. Even if the door were to be locked, I would be able to tear it down given my physical strength. However, it was not burglary I intended to commit. It was not my desire to make a racket, and since I am a smart monster, I would not turn desperate upon being refused entry. I thought for some time before deciding to go around back. The study was on the third floor, but there should be a window in the room if I recall correctly. And he must still be working at this hour. I want to soon return to the inn and have Senri comfort me. Sure enough, there was a light in the study. Warm light poured through the window. There was no handrail, but it should be easy for a vampire to cling to the walls. There was no need for me to steel my resolve once again. I was ready. Although we were once family, I am no more than a trespasser now. I have no time to dawdle. I would be lying if I said I did not want to see my siblings, but I shall graciously give up on it. I extended my claws and pierced them into the wall and scaled it quietly. From what I could see through the window, the study looked almost exactly the same as I remembered. Be it the huge bookshelves lining the wall or the elegant brown rug. A small chandelier hung from the ceiling and the spacious room was filled with its warm glow. There was no change in the silhouette that sat at the table either. Maybe he had a few more gray hairs, but it was none other than Ludo Fermet, my father as I remembered. Though lean, he had broad shoulders with black hair and dark eyes, and the level-headedness reflected in his eyes somehow resembled my own. He was sitting with his back to the window and looked to his side once, but it seemed like he was completely unaware of me looking in from behind. I squinted as I watched him for a while. From the outside, he looked like a very capable man. And as someone who was his actual son, he was certainly not a bad father. After thinking about it calmly for some time, he truly did not look like a man who would sell off my corpse. Well then, how shall I greet him? I tilted my head to one side, and thought no further as I gave the window a light tap. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 47, Homecoming Part 2. My father's change in expression was dramatic. And I realized at this late hour that, my expectation on how he would react had been warped by my emotions. I never imagined it would be a moving reunion. However, rationally speaking, how would it really feel to have one's dead son come back alive? To make matters worse, that son had perished after years of suffering from an unknown illness. He also had not been visited by any of his family for a few years prior to his death. Though I do not hold that against them, they are not aware of that. Moreover, the undead in this world, are, at times, driven by deep resentment towards the living and attack them. Naturally, even a man who holds the title of a baron would not be able to remain calm, if his dead son suddenly called on him in the middle of the night. At first, my father looked at me outside the dark window, his eyes wide, completely dazed, but soon, all the blood drained from his face. At that moment, he was not the strict father I remembered him to be. I could perceive the slight fear in his expression which only further strengthened my convictions. It did not surprise me. Maybe being an undead had altered my mindset. Considering my numbness towards pain, it would not be too strange if I were numb to mental shock as well. Baron Fermet was much better in that he did not panic or shriek in horror. I was composed enough to ponder over his reaction. After I knocked on the door several times, Ludo Fermet seemed to collect himself and cautiously approached the window. He looked as if he was caught in a nightmare. After examining my face for some time as I clung to the window, he whispered in a quivering voice. That's absurd, impossible. Lier, you're supposed to be dead. It had been a long time since anybody called me by that name. There was nobody around to call out to me for some time prior to my death, so it may be a few years since. Lier Fermet. That was my name. And, most likely a name I will never use again in the future. As if to confirm, Ludo uttered. We arranged for your cremation and a funeral was even conducted. Lier, you died a year ago. Well, father, I'm well aware of that. I came here in need of a favor. I need you to let me in. I felt no resentment even with him in my presence. I have already found something precious to me. Perhaps seeing me calm had allowed my father to regain his composure, for some of the color returned to his face. Do you resent me? He whispered, subdued. It made apparent his apprehension and remorse. I will say it again, I do not resent him. Although it was for a brief time, I was provided with a number of things by the man before me. He never visited me, but he did not abandon me, who had no hope for cure either. I was always cared for, and was provided with any number of books should I wish for it. I am sure I cost him way more than any of his other children. That is why, I am able to keep my wits about me even as an undead. The reason I am not governed by resentment is not because I am kind, but because that is not how I was raised. And if it is true that he had arranged for me to be cremated, it would mean that someone stole my body along the way and my corpse was sold off. Well, not that it matters after all this time. The wheels were turning in my head, thinking of ways for me to survive. Never blame your circumstances. That was one of things my father taught me. Instead of that, think ahead and make plans for the future. Although I feel like his words may have been a little complex to a barely 10-year-old child stricken with an unknown disease, that is what is keeping me alive right now. So advice from elders cannot be disregarded, I would say. My blood-red eyes looked into his that looked identical to mine from before. No, I don't resent you. Father, if you're afraid, you don't need to let me in. Just listen to what I have to say. Ah, good day. I guess it's night, you can come in. My father was still rather pale, but he sighed, opened the window and invited me inside, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. So, he's gone. He looked at his son, as he jumped out the window and disappeared into darkness, after which he slumped into his chair. His body was suddenly taken over by intense sadness and weariness. He was frightening. That was Ludo Formet's assessment of his son named Lier. The onset of an illness when he had barely reached 10 years of age, stole everything from my son. The cause was unknown. No amount of magic or summoning any number of doctors of note gave Neri a hope for recovery. Since the number of people afflicted with it were few in number, the research on the illness had grown stagnant, and everyone stricken with it grew weaker by the day until they eventually died. There had been no exceptions. The name of the illness that made it seem like the body, the soul merely accelerated towards death is dead soul disease. It is not contagious and chances of it being hereditary are low. One could do no more than rue their fate. I had once agonized over why my son had to go through such suffering. However, Lier never once complained about anything. He had soon become unable to walk, and even though his whole body was racked with pain, he never once grumbled about it. Perhaps his heart was filled with all sorts of emotions, but his face seldom betrayed his thoughts. He was so strong-willed that the doctor in charge of his care only had praises for him. And it did not take long for that rightfully admirable trait to be considered unsettling instead. His eyes showed no signs of having resigned himself to the fate that awaited him. After being told about his impending death, a year passed, then 2, and eventually 3 years, and he was still alive. They were not lacking in funds to take care of him. The house of Formet was not particularly well off, and calling over mages from the city to cast recovery magic on Lier cost quite a sum, but that did not matter at all. However, the sight of his son fighting the illness appeared monstrous. And it was probably not just Ludo who thought that, but also the people who were taking care of him for a long time. The doctors who had once called him a miracle to have survived for so long, soon changed their tune. The footsteps of people going to visit him gradually grew faint. It was impossible. The sight of him fighting for his life despite being enshrouded by a thick veil of death looked too ghastly and abnormal that even a stranger would find themselves unable to look on. The first thing Ludo felt upon hearing news of his son's death was relief. He was relieved that he was finally able to rest in peace, and grieved for him. It was not that he hated his son. He had loved Lier as much as his other children. However, his son was simply too strong-willed for Ludo to continue to feel that way about him. And now, through someone's scheme, Lier had once again been restored to life. This time, a true monster. His face on the other side of the window looked the same as before. He seemed to have grown a little, but that was all. He did not speak a word of resentment against Ludo, who could have been taken as having abandoned him, and his calm temperament had not changed. He appeared all the more strange for it. He was supposed to have been cremated. In the Formet barony, as is the same in every other territory, unless there is a valid reason, the custom was to cremate and bury the dead. Naturally, that is what Ludo had also followed. He had seen with his very eyes his son become ash and bones and be interred in his grave. However, if Lier were speaking the truth, his corpse had to have been swapped somewhere along the way. It was not impossible, since Ludo had not been with the body all the way until the body had been carried in to cremate. It is an outrageous crime. The offender must be caught. But before that, how was he going to answer his son's demands? It was put on hold as he sat perplexed at the wake of his son's departure. A hapless fate. It was not very often that a person is stricken with the dead soul disease, but to become an undead with memories intact on top of that sounded too absurd to be true. It is said that the undead strongly reflect the kind of person they were before death. Although an undead with memories of past life could only be found in fiction, it would not be too strange for it to have happened to Lier given his abnormal obsession to life. And in reality, it was his son who had appeared before him. Although dead, Lier is my son. Those were his thoughts as a parent. The details of his demands were certainly not too difficult. Ludo was not just the landowner but the lord of the territory as well. It would be no trouble to secretly prepare a hideout, and the same goes for supplying him with necessities. Although it may not be kept a complete secret, he would be able to impose a gag order to have no one talk about it. However, the problem was that hiding an undead was a big crime. The undead are meant to be purged. Their tendency to rapidly grow stronger by accumulating death energy if left unchecked could lead to a huge disaster. And if caught, even nobility would not be able to come out of it unscathed. Nothing to say of the pursuers already on his tail. Ludo Fermet, as the Baron and head of the House of Fermet, needed to prioritize its preservation. The house that had persisted for generations must not perish in this lifetime. The fate of his family rested on his shoulders. After agonizing over it the whole night, he had still not reached a decision by morning. Rationality called for contacting the Death Knights right away. Even if he was his son, there was no changing that he was an undead, hence no one would blame Ludo for reaching out to them. They might even take pity on him, saying, how unfortunate it must be for his son to have fallen in the hands of a necromancer. However, that was certainly his son. He had once found his son's obsession with life horrifying, but he could tell as a father. There was no mistaking that it was his child. The son, who he had once failed to save, had come seeking his help. It was madness. The risk was too high. However, Lier must be aware of that as well. Nevertheless, he came knocking. Surely, would I be able to proudly call myself a father if I shirk off the hands seeking salvation? Would I be able to proudly live on as a noble? He came to a decision after extremely agonizing over it. Nonetheless, I cannot let him settle in the barony. That would be simply too dangerous. However, funds and supplies can be arranged for. Although it may not be much, it should be of help to him. Later, all I would have to do is pretend to know nothing. Originally, it is impossible for the undead to reach out to the living anyway. I swear on my title as a baron, that I will end the criminal responsible for disturbing the peace of my son's soul. Corpse trade is illegal and the crime of selling off corpses of noble heirs can never be forgiven. The moment I made up my mind and decided to call for someone, the door opened without so much as a knock. There stood a man clad in black accompanied by a huge black dog. I'm truly sorry for your loss, Baron Fermet. I wasn't sure from the name on the grave, but to think it really was an undead of noble blood, kekekek, so it wasn't all just a superstition that corpses of nobles made for good material. Who are you? How did you get in here? Before I could raise my voice, the suspicious man laughed out loud. I shall take care of your problems, milord. Of course, I expect to be compensated for it. I am called the Keeper. The dog is Albertus. A tracker who doesn't know when to quit. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 48, Homecoming Part 3. I suppose the negotiation went neither badly nor well. My father asked me for some time to come to a decision. Which is only reasonable. The plan I proposed is something nobility would find themselves typically unable to accept. The risk is too high, and if I were him, I would probably agonize over the right choice. I do not expect to be accepted right away. On the contrary, it would be scary if I were. However, it would seem Ludo Fermet is not stern a person as I had imagined him to be. Time had made its mark on him and he looked much older than I remembered, but I could tell that he still considered me his son from the way he spoke. If so, my chances might be better than I expected. Aside from whether he might let us stay here, he should at least be willing to lend us some money. Most of my negative energy is concealed by the night crystal. The main problem is the vampire hunter, but I doubt they would be right on our heels already. Well, rationally speaking, it should be impossible. If they are, then it would mean that through some means they have deduced our current location and that they were able to either outrun or keep up with my top speed, both of which spell disaster. I woke up from my slumber and felt thankful that I was able to greet yet another day. I crawled out of the closet, stretched lightly and walked over to Senri's room which was next to mine. As usual, the curse did not activate when I tried to enter Senri's room. Half the day had passed and a world bathed by the light of dusk awaited out of the window. It was time. I need to meet my father once again. Depending on his answer, we might be released from the life of a fugitive. However, maybe father, I would rather not think about it, has made preparations to have me purged. The undead are beings that are apart from the rules of this world, and are tainted souls. It is said that a soul once fallen into a necromancer's hands cannot ascend to heaven unless it is purified. In other words, purging does not mean death but salvation. Well, that is the general belief, though heaven's existence is questionable. Here I am, still alive without getting purged even by the straight-laced Senri. It is probably too hard a reality for father to not only have his son's body stolen but also for his soul to have suffered such disgrace. He would choose purification of my sake. Although it would not be any of his business. I cannot deny the possibility of that happening. When my father asked me for some time to think things over, I replied that I would be back the next day. The reason I granted him only a day was to lower the chances of risk. It would be hard to get death knights here in just a day, and there are not many normal soldiers capable of defeating a vampire. I hate myself for not trusting my own father, but it was necessary in order to survive. I made myself presentable and spoke to the bespectacled Senri. I'm leaving to hear my father's reply. Although the chances are low, there's a possibility that I could be walking into a trap. Would you come with me? Of course, Senri replied, without hesitation. Senri is a member of the Order of Death Knights. And she also holds proof of that. I did not speak of my companion to my father. He would find it hard to believe that a Death Knight was helping me anyway, and there is a chance that information about me could reach Apei's ears if my father were to get in touch with the Death Knights. Moreover, she turned her back on the Death Knights when she chose to help me. It felt too unfair to make use of her awkward position upon taking into concern her personality. However, the outcome could be different if he were to see her for himself. If he were to find out about Senri, his views could change as well. Besides, Senri is pure. No matter how many times my fangs pierce her, her soul remains untainted. Even if my voice does not reach my father, hers might. It was totally unlike me to be nervous. As I stood lost in thought, Senri clasped my hand. Pale fingers that carry the finest blood intertwined with mine. Senri smiled gently and spoke reassuringly in a voice that had never changed since the first time we met. Don't worry. I won't betray you. We can run away together. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. Once again, I entered the Fermet mansion grounds and headed towards father's study. The security had lightened around the mansion. Perhaps it was for my sake, but it felt like he made himself too vulnerable. It may not be my place, but maybe I need to point out the need for more security. I tried to sense the presence of people in the study. Although untrained, I am able to instinctively sense the number of people in a place even from a distance if I focus. There is probably just one person, my father. At the very least, I do not sense more than one living being. The chances of us walking into a trap has become low. Senri got on my back and I jumped up to the window in a single breath. The atmosphere did not feel unpleasant today. I opened the latch from the outside and entered the study through the window. The window swung open and warm breeze filled the room. Ludo Fermet was the only one who awaited them in the study. His expression made apparent his exhaustion. He must have agonized over his decision for a whole day. Father raised his brows when he spotted me, but soon his attention shifted to the Senri on my back. Ah, you're here, and who is that girl you're carrying? Senri Silvis. She is an ally. You see, I can't live without drinking blood now, so, with her consent, I borrow a bit of her blood. I never asked you that. His expression openly grew more strained. I wonder if he perhaps thought that I lived as a harmless undead without hurting anyone. That cannot be. Sure, I did not mention it directly. The duty of a noble is to his fief and its people. Maybe there is too much of a difference between a son who has become a monster but has retained his mind versus a son who has become a monster but has retained his mind and yet cannot live without partaking blood. I have failed. Maybe I should have kept it a secret for some more time. Was it too premature to have father meet Senri? Did I get too carried away once I realized that it was not father who had sold off my corpse? The strained atmosphere further increased the distance between me and father. However, at that moment, Senri got off my back and looked at my father resolutely. With a kinda deep voice for a girl, but pleasant all the same, Senri uttered. Lord Formet, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Senri Silvis, a member of the Order of Death Knights. A plain robe. From its pocket, she retrieved a seal made of silver and gold. It was the symbol of the Death Knights, a seal that was a combination of a sword and a crucifix. I feel a bit sick upon seeing it directly. I had never seen it before, so maybe Senri had kept it hidden for my sake. My eyes widened in spite of myself. I stared fixedly at Senri. She had already displayed her will by wanting to return the sword to Epei. And considering her personality, it is impossible that she would try to make use of her position where she has practically withdrawn from the order. However, Senri's voice never faltered. Without hesitation, she faced my father with her back to me. It would be a rare sight for the Death Knights to have ever visited such a remote place in the country. So it must have never occurred to him that his undead son would bring along a member of the order. Father's face warped in surprise. Death Knight, did you say? I am, separated from the other knights for now, but your son is truly strong-willed. Although his soul was tainted by dark magic, he has never once lost his mind. The words rolled off her tongue. Father retreated as if intimidated by a girl half his age. It was really unusual to see the always fairly brusque Senri to speak so politely to someone. Every word from her mouth was as sharp as the sword and full of faith. She was incredibly charismatic. Standing there, was the epitome of a Death Knight in everyone's imagination. It is said that one preyed upon by a vampire would have their mind polluted as a result, but Senri showed no signs of that. I want her blood. I suppressed the welling of a tremendous bloodlust with a scowl. Senri continued. Lord Formet, your concerns are entirely justified. However, could you believe in him and entrust him to me? Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. It was the best conceivable outcome. The tension from a moment ago dispersed. Father looked a little more relaxed. Looks like you found yourself a splendid companion. I am a little relieved. Yes. Just that made becoming an undead worthwhile. Don't be absurd, Lier. I suppose it's end now. He sounded thoroughly exasperated. However, those were his true feelings. It was an added perk. Although I am in a precarious position where I stand to be annihilated any time, I would not be able to drink her blood if I were human, nor would I have a girlfriend as fine as her. I never imagined that Senri would turn out to be such a powerful ally back then, but it was worthwhile to negotiate with Epei at the risk of getting killed. Father had prepared a briefcase full of money, a map, identification papers, and a single key. It's the key to an unused mansion. It needs cleaning, but I suppose it would serve better as a hideout the way it is. It should be perfectly capable of housing 2 people. However, stay on guard. He looked fairly ill at ease as he handed over the key to me. So, I suppose it would be alright to hole up in this fief for the time being. I never imagined he would prepare for us a place to stay on top of all the money. Ludo Formet must have a lot of people to protect. Naturally, if the Death Knights or the country were to find out about this, he would lose his head. I cannot stay here forever for his sake. However, I should at least be allowed some time to gather my bearings. Nothing connects me to Father, and it should be alright even if someone were to follow the trail of the key I just received. My worries dispersed and I felt great. I wanted to converse a little longer, but it would not bode well if someone were to enter the study by chance. If things pan out as intended, perhaps we would be able to meet again. I expressed my gratitude once again and headed towards the window with the briefcase and map in hand. As long as the Death Knights who are capable of sensing negative energy do not close in on me, my identity would be safe. Maybe, someday, I might even be allowed to enter the house through the front door. As those thoughts ran through my head, I heard my father speak solemnly. Lier, no, and I cannot allow you to take the Fermet name as you are now. You are dead. Ah, of course, I know that much. Well, if I am found out and my relationship with my family is discovered, they could be put in danger. I did not need to be reminded. I do not intend to use the name. Come to think of it, I did carve the family name on Rue's grave. Though I doubt anyone would notice. I shrugged as my father's lips curved into a smile. Instead, as proof that you're my son, I will bestow upon you the title of Baron. Low rank. No complaining. Originally, it's not something you could even desire as the third son, said father with a scowl. I found it amusing in spite of myself and laughed out loud. Ah, all right. Thank you, father. Baron End. It does not really roll off the tongue, but I guess it is not too bad. Above all, I doubt there exists a lesser vampire with peerage. I have something I need to speak with Ms. Senri in private. It won't take long, so wait outside. I wonder what the conversation is about. Though I am a bit curious, I am sure Senri would fill me in on it later if it was something I needed to be made aware of. That is how much I trust Senri. I nodded vigorously and jumped out of the window in much better spirits than when I walked in. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 49, The Trap Part 1. A swell mansion indeed, thought the keeper, unfazed. Quite spacious, well furnished, with plenty of space to hide, and more than anything, there were no other houses in the vicinity. The secret to hunting vampires lies in rendering them unable to make a move. Careful planning is critical to kill vampires that are superior to humans in every possible way. The disparity in strengths is that extreme. No matter how much a normal person trains their body or masters all kinds of combat techniques, they still cannot hold a candle to that monster. The only ones capable of holding their own against those loathsome monsters are the Death Knights with their blessing, or the ones who carry a similar curse as them. If the first ever necromancer had succeeded in dispelling all the weaknesses of the undead, then humans might have been reduced to no more than creatures that lived in obscurity and fear forever. Or the position of humans and vampires might have been reversed. Fortunately, the undead possess a lot of weaknesses at present. Human history is their long battle against the undead. The crucifix sword has been made precisely to reflect an actual crucifix that the undead are fearful of. A bomb filled with garlic and powdered silver, and a wooden stake made easy to wield. A robe made with holy water and silver that almost serves as a blessed armor. The tools that are a product of vigorous research and immense progress are capable of exterminating weak undead like vermin. The undead are meant to be annihilated. There are no exceptions to this rule. They can communicate and master tools created by man. Once you pity them, you will be taken advantage of. In particular, vampires possess the ability that the weakest undead, i.e., zombies possess, called infect, and are capable of using it at their own will. Hence, vampires can multiply much faster than humans. The target this time is a troublesome one. The vampire not only has a special trait setting it apart from the rest of its own class, but it also has a former Death Knight as guard. So it was no wonder that Ape the Destroyer had requested the Keeper to take on the job. Among the vampire hunters, the Keeper and Albertus are specialists in tracking down vampires. Since one of the targets is a Death Knight and is aware of the tricks employed by the Death Knights to pursue vampires, ordinary methods cannot be used to catch up to them. The opponent has let their guard down upon getting their hands on the night crystal. Tonight we will settle the score. It is a full moon tonight. The day in which the vampires are at their strongest. However, that is precisely the reason they would have their guard down. There is not much a lesser vampire can do against the Keeper upon gaining a bit more power. It was luck that enabled them to predict the next move of the target. The fact that the vampire possessed memories from its previous life was also a complication. Sadly, that repulsive monster still considers itself human. What a tragedy. The father, who was lord of the land, readily yielded to their threats. The carefully prepared mansion looked no different outwardly, but it had been converted into an anti-vampire stronghold. Well, perhaps, it should be called an execution site instead. Vampires possess many weaknesses that are fatal to them. Even if they are a little smart, they are done for once caught in a trap. Once an opening is discovered, they can be barraged with attacks until they die. Any kind of means can be employed to kill a vampire. That is the duty of a vampire hunter. It escaped once. The circumstances worked to their disadvantage before. But that will not happen again. The opponents are not the only ones who learnt their lesson from the first encounter. They hid inside the mansion and awaited the prey to fall into the trap. If the Lord had followed their instructions, they should make an appearance any time now. And thus, that time arrived. The key turned in the lock, followed by the door opening quietly. A light pair of footsteps walked straight towards them. Not in the least nervous, they stood as unmoving as a shadow. The vampire would be welcome inside with open arms. It needed to be completely trapped in the room. A vampire would find itself considerably weaker once inside the room. Since vampires only sleep at places untouched by sunlight, it should make its way into this room. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that the vampire hunters would be lying in wait for them. If they are already aware of it, there would be no reason to go out of their way to set foot in here. A special herb had been used to conceal their body odor. The opponent is completely off guard. They need not worry about being discovered before the target enters the room. His lips twisted into a huge grin as he awaited his hunt. And thus, the door to the room in which the keeper was lying in wait, opened wide. The one that came into sight was someone that the keeper had been expecting. However, they were missing their companion. The precious student of Destroyer with silver hair and purple eyes stepped into the room without hesitation and looked in the direction of the keeper, unlikely to be seen as he stood hidden in the shadows. It's pointless to wait. End, won't be coming. They were exposed. It was not a trick. Looks like the circumstances are widely different from expectations. The keeper emerged from the shadows and scowled at the ignorant princess, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. Senri Silvis did not know much about the vampire hunters. However, she did know that they were formidable. In the past, when the Death Knights were still few in number and there were still no proper means to make use of the power of blessing, they and the vampire hunters had cooperated with each other. By the time Senri had become a Death Knight, the order had been widely known for hunting down vampires, so she has never come across or joined forces with any vampire hunters. However, upon witnessing their methods in person, she had realized they were just as powerful as the Death Knights in a different way. In the presence of a second-class Death Knight, the man who introduced himself as Keeper, did not in the least look fazed. Did you come to surrender? Or is it a negotiation you're after? Well, it doesn't matter. You're our objective anyway. Should you follow us willingly, we will let that vampire be. Don't take me for a fool. Her brows furrowed, she glared at the strange man. Even Senri could tell that it was a lie. The man was not that naive. Moreover, Senri was not innocent enough to believe someone who had already once lied. The keeper sighed and surveyed the room. The wall clock showed that the time of the hour was midnight. There were still a few hours before dawn. So you being here means, the Baron betrayed us. What an exasperating man. Even if it were his son, the fact that he would try to protect an undead, is a heavy sin. Does he not treasure his house? I haven't the slightest what you're on about. There were several things she wanted to say in response, but Senri did not rise to the bait and feigned ignorance. Ludo Formet had taken her aside and told her about the keeper. After which, he had entrusted N to her. Senri did not know how important the survival of the family name was to a noble. But, she had certainly witnessed the bond between parent and child. She had considered running away, but found herself unable to make that choice. This man's tracking was simply too fast and accurate. If left unchecked, they would pose a bigger risk if they were to team up with the Death Knights or other vampire hunters. Legend has it that corpses of nobles make powerful undead. Though a cock-and-bull story it may be, it's the reason why it's been made mandatory to cremate nobles in a majority of countries. Kakik, if it were to be known that a corpse had disappeared, it would be the end of the House of Fermet. I did warn him, looks like I have no other choice. After saying his piece, the keeper suddenly looked puzzled. He spoke to Senri in a tone that appeared to be one of censure. I said this last time we met, but I still don't get it. Why would you take that vampire's side? You can't tell me it's all out of the goodness of your heart. It makes zero sense to me. Giving him your blood should have fulfilled any sense of obligation left in you. Don't tell me you mean to watch over him forever. That boy has no concept of time. As a Death Knight whose duty is to hunt down the undead, are you really going to stand there and point your sword at me and not the vampire? For goodness sake, what an obnoxious man. Perhaps, using words to rattle someone is one of his tactics as well. His words prodded at Senri's concerns. It was true that End is dangerous. He still remains sane, but it cannot be known how long that would continue and also when he would become stronger than Senri. There is also the difference in their lifespans. Not to mention the possibility that he might drink someone's blood unbeknownst to her. However, End, as she had seen him until now, had touched her heart. He is extremely timid, resists his own instincts and has been trifled with by his hapless fate. She had wanted to stay close to him and support him. And that was reason enough to wield her sword. She withdrew her sword from its sheath. The proof of her being a Death Knight. The silver sword glowed cold. This is a display of my will. Do you think I would never kill a person? The enemies of the Death Knights are the undead. However, there are undead capable of controlling humans and also knights who join them of their own volition. There is a history of dispute between the Death Knights and vampire hunters. They are well versed at fighting humans as they are with undead. The keeper frowned at Senri, who glared at him, sword at hand. No, you can't. Not me at the very least. Because, pitiful, vampire bride. Unlike you, we didn't come alone. She used her sword to fend off the blow from the dark figure that suddenly attacked from behind. She retreated as she countered the attack, but as it was simply too strong, her sword shook and her arm grew numb. It was the girl in a black dress, who had attacked. She looked a lot younger than Senri and it was unbelievable that her small arm had delivered such a strong blow. It was not the physical strength of a human. In the dark of the room, fiery gold eyes shone brightly. Albertus. The girl who had defeated Senri once, smiled like a monster in the darkness. She held in both her hands weapons shaped like claws. What a strange weapon. Although they hunt vampires, the weapon did not seem to be made of silver but some other stronger metal, as she had no trouble stopping Senri's blows last time. She was of a smaller stature than Senri, but her every single move was incredibly swift and nimble and she may be better than Senri at pure martial arts. Her strength was clearly inhuman. If she were human, that kind of strength cannot be exerted unless the body has been enhanced through blessing, but that did not seem to be the case and there were no signs of her using magic either. All that left was one conclusion. A cursed one. In return for a curse similar to that of a vampire's, she had received strength. Just as how the vampires possess several weaknesses, the curse was supposed to be accompanied by its compensation, but Senri was not able to pinpoint it in their first encounter. After all, there are several cases in which the compensation was not paid right away. My path of retreat has been blocked off. The reason she was not in the room, was to trap me in. Did you forget the hole I made in that stomach of yours, Death Knight? Those aren't the moves of someone with a hole in their body. Alba, it's not as you told me. All I need to do, is tear her a new one. Albertus crouched down and her abundant hair quivered. The keeper unsheathed his crucifix sword. Although the sword would have no effect on Senri, his posture spoke of his mastery over it. I thought the two of you would come together. But I guess one at a time is more convenient. Princess, it looks like you don't completely trust that vampire yet. After taking you in, I shall catch that boy as well. Try to not get caught, Kakik, I'm sure the experience will be eye-opening. Keeper, you're mistaken about something. The keeper grew silent. Albertus looked at Senri through gleaming, fiery eyes. She felt charged. The chilly atmosphere caressed her cheeks. She collected the power of blessing that circulated in her body. Her body grew hot and she could feel the power surge through her body. And then, she unleashed it all at once. The power transformed into light and then into a strong wind that swirled around her. If the vampire hunters use any means or tools to strike at weaknesses and lay traps, the methods of the Death Knights make use of their abundant pure energy, their blessing to fight. One of the conditions for a third-class knight to become a second-class knight is to master 36 basic skills that make use of one's limited amount of blessing. Strength enhancement skill, direct light. She suppressed the strange sense of satisfaction that arose from the power spreading up to her head, cloaked herself in light and stood her ground. I didn't exert all my strength last time. It's not that hard to take on both of you. It's not that I don't trust End, it's just that I can't fight at my best with him at my side. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. Are you even trying? To think that you'd be done in that lass. Ah, how pathetic as the vessel of the king of the undead. Up. Ah, if this is what you'd be reduced to, I would have taught you to be more careful around women. Ah, what an utter shame. You fool. I cannot refute that. However, it was Senri's fault. It was all her fault. My whole body felt numb and I could not move. Putting aside the pain, it was my first time experiencing paralysis strong enough to render me immobile. I was laying on the bed, face up, and spoke my objections to the Lord, with a barely moving tongue. The Lord's illusion was not as composed as it always had been before. His hand on his forehead, he looked as if he was flabbergasted at his son's stupidity, as he shook his head in disapproval. Wait a minute, why did you even appear? Am I, perhaps, dying? Poison does not work on an undead like me, nor do anesthetics or sleeping drugs. However, here I am, having to put my all into moving a single finger, and the Lord's illusion that always appeared when I was on the brink of death had popped up. Oddly enough, I was still conscious. I did not feel any strength leave my body either. That lass is rather strong. Only your spine has been accurately paralyzed. She went and used a minor skill that is seldom used. But, it certainly, is your fault for falling for such a weak skill. I dare say there is no other undead in the world that has ever fallen for such a thing. You were too carefree. Where would you ever find a vampire who would allow himself to get bitten? You fool. You better reflect on your mistake. Who in hell discovered this horrible technique? I mean, it could not be helped. I will admit that I was on cloud 9 with a lot of things proceeding smoothly. However, I trusted Senri. Anybody would accept an invitation to feed from her neck, and while embracing each other, she whispered into my ear, before that, "Can I bite you too?" So of course I would ask her to go ahead. Who would have thought she would do something so awful? She betrayed me. She did not give me any blood either. I hate the Death Knights. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 50, The Trap Part 2. Golden eyes darted around in the dark. The ceiling and the walls were made floors to propel herself back and forth while she attacked Senri with her claws at a tremendous speed, which Senri met with her sword. Senri's sword is not made of ordinary silver. The base metal used is, Holy silver. Holy silver is a rare metal also referred to as mithril, and it boasts a power superior to ordinary silver. It is much more durable, and it is extremely easy to transmit blessing or magic through it. It is seldom possessed by anyone save for the Death Knights. The silver pair of eyes opened wide in surprise. The attack was easily fended off and the distance between them closed. The attack that came from her blind spot was fast, and it was the same or even heavier than the first blow, but Senri's physical abilities were in an enhanced state now. Direct light is a skill where the blessing is circulated inside the body at high speed, thereby enhancing the physical abilities of the user to the level of the undead. Shit. Perhaps Albertus had sensed the disparity in their strengths in that single blow they exchanged, for she retreated. The first time they faced off each other, Senri had been considerably weaker. One of the reasons being her having let End feed too much just prior, and the main reason being the blessing in her had substantially depleted. And that put Senri, who excelled at wielding her blessing, at quite a disadvantage. The enhancement of one's body through direct light depends on the amount of blessing in one's body. Senri was much stronger now than she was back then. Her body felt light. The room was dimly lit, but Senri could distinctly discern the current situation. Having woven threads out of her blessing and spreading them out through the room, Senri had gained a new sense. Heightened sense skill, thread weave. Senri Silvis had no blind spot now. She swiveled on her heels and fended off the crucifix sword that came flying from behind her. Some watery substance sprayed from the sword, but Senri evaded that with ease. The substance landed with a hiss and the floor became discolored. It was not holy water, but poison. Something that does not work on a vampire. Looks like you weren't bluffing about being strong. The gloomy voice reached her ears. He did not stop attacking even as he spoke. She widened her scope only to discover that there were almost invisible fine threads strung up around the room. It was a trap. Senri found the keeper attacks too easy to fend off. However, if she were to let that sword to even graze her, the poison on it would penetrate her body. I can deal with this. Although the Death Knights exhibit enhanced physical abilities on par with the undead owing to the power of blessing, they are still humans at the core. Unlike the undead, poison would work on them and their recovery rate is a whole lot slower than a vampire. Not to mention, their stamina is not inexhaustible. However, it was all fine. She fended off the crucifix sword that came swinging towards her. The sword that resembled the crucifix was slender and too fragile. It was not made to cross swords with another. It looked like it could break into pieces if heavy blows were to be exchanged. And, the keeper was well aware of that. After sending his sword flying towards me, the keeper's movements were fluid as he reached for the next weapon. As Senri decided to give pursuit to the keeper, from behind, she heard Albertus shoot across the walls and the ceiling and jump down from above. Senri clicked her tongue and was forced to deal with her instead. She is strong. Well, it's quite a bother, hunting humans. Senri imbued her sword with blessing. Albertus twisted her body to avoid the light that quickly lit up along the blade, but the light extended further and grazed her flank. Albertus's face warped in agony for an instant. Her body twisted in midair before landing. Dark red matter trickled onto the floor. Light sword was as strong and destructive as an actual sword. Although difficult to maintain over a longer period, it was a potent skill. Photon blade. It was a skill passed down by her master. It was also the skill used before photon delete. With her senses heightened, she could sense one of the threads suddenly be pulled. From her blind spots came silver arrows, which Senri accepted without evading. Almost as if it had run into an iron plate, the arrows rang loud. The keeper groaned for the first time. Wouldn't expect any less from Epei's pupil. What a monster. There's no way, an arrow can pierce me. The arrows repelled by the clothes strengthened with blessing fell to the floor. Defense skills that may be useless against the undead can still protect against human weapons. Well, to begin with, the crucifix sword's attacks might not even be able to graze Senri, whose body is strengthened with blessing. The keeper swiftly pulled out his gun and fired rapidly. Bullets came flying at Senri, who cut all of them down with her sword. Bullets neatly cut in half tumbled onto the carpet on the floor. Alba, this one's troublesome. Combat mode. We're going with battle plan B, surprise attack. Albertus's eyes grew big. Her heartbeat grew faster and her thin arms rapidly swelled in size. Glossy, black fur grew all over her body. Her swelling body ripped her dress to shreds and the scraps fell to the floor. Senri could have attacked then. However, she retreated a few steps. Accursed. I'm sure you know about this as a Death Knight. About werewolves possessing the ability unique to the original ancestor, king of beasts, Lukos. Werewolf. Anyone who fights against the vampires needs to learn about them. Senri retreated further. Albertus's face warped and so did her body, her soul transformed to that of an animal. The transformation of a human to werewolf was horrible no matter how many times she had seen it. Lukos is one of the oldest and also one of the most famous ancestors. Among the numerous abilities possessed by a vampire, one of them include transforming into a wolf called lycanthropy. By itself, it would be no more than a transformation, but that ancestor makes it possible for that ability, that curse to be spread and create followers. Anyone bitten by that ancestor is bound to them and transformed into a mighty werewolf. Lukos possessed countless followers. Although the ancestor himself has long since died, his followers who inherited his power are spread throughout the world and are still a thorn in the Order's side. Senri has fought quite many herself. However, she retreated a few steps after witnessing a transformation in person. It's not a wolf. In the dark, breathing heavily, was a big, black dog. It was clearly different from the werewolf she had seen so far. The shape of the body and the face were different, and above all, she could still see the human behind the eyes. Werewolves often lose themselves during transformation, however, Albertus did not lunge at her right away but glared at her warily. The keeper let out a muffled laugh. How pitiful. Seems an idiot tried to make a better curse by using the werewolf curse as reference. I suppose she could be called a werdog. Alba happens to be the only victim. She was like a dark breeze. Not a footstep could be heard. Senri greeted Albertus's claws with her sword. She was quite strong even in the human form, but her blows as a beast landed even heavier and were much faster. The only thing that had not changed were her golden eyes that peered at Senri from close quarters. The light sword grazed the dark-pelted body but did cause any wound. Perhaps it had healed. Silver is a werewolf's weakness. Unlike the undead, they are not affected by holy positive energy. Senri extinguished the light and attacked with her sword made of holy silver. However, Albertus deftly handled the attack, that was as fast as flash, using her claws. She landed on all fours and disappeared in a whirlwind. Senri breathed deeply and further circulated the blessing in her body. She increased her area of awareness. As far as she could tell from the attacks just now, Senri was still much stronger. However, she was not as nimble. Speaking in terms of physical abilities, the werewolf surpassed the vampires. Werdogs should be similar as well. I will end this in one strike. The keeper who lingered behind, did not bother to attack but uttered unconcernedly. The ancestor who turned Alba is dead. The curse failed. He disintegrated the moment he used up his power. Not that uncommon an end, to beings created by inexperienced necromancers. And that's how Alba came to be the only werdog. Say, don't you think that's pitiful? She cannot heed his words. With her whole body covered in black fur, Albertus blended into the dark. It would be difficult to sense her using sight. I need to focus. But the keeper's words naturally made their way into her ears. The keeper sighed and continued as if he was spilling all his secrets. It was by scent, Ape's child. I used your scent. The werewolves have enhanced physical abilities, but she has an enhanced sense of smell. Much more than an ordinary dog, you see. She can discern scents and auras. She has already learned your auras. As long as Alba is alive, no matter where you hide, or how far you go, you can never outrun her. Alba deeply resents the vampire that turned her into that. Kakik, so much so that she doesn't mind using the curse he gave her. A troublesome ability. It was awfully similar to End, who is fated to live a life on the run. And, such power, should definitely come at a heavy price. The keeper slowly walked the room. Senri focused on him as she stayed on her guard against Albertus. She cannot afford to take a blow from those claws. If she were to lose her sword and get pinned to the floor, Senri, with her small stature, would be put at an overwhelming disadvantage. Due to her curse, she can't stay in human form during the day. And, every time she uses that power, she's slowly getting closer to fully becoming a dog. Eventually she'd be unable to change back. Don't you think she is in fact the kind of weaklings you're supposed to protect? You're pointing your sword at someone you're originally meant to help. What about the counter-curse? Vampire curses can't be broken. I thought that's the reason the Death Knights have been purging the victims, am I wrong? Fair enough. Senri bit her lips in an effort to keep up her spirits. However, her grip on her sword did not loosen. It is true that Albertus's circumstances are pitiable. But, it was a different vampire that turned Albertus. Not End. She glared at the keeper. She had thought that his name was rather strange, so, it was Albertus that he was keeping. If she will get taken over by her animal side upon overusing the ability, should he not make her fight to begin with? You are abusing that. That's right. But rather than abuse, call it a partnership. It's her purpose to hunt down vampires. Moreover, weaklings need to band together, you see. The keeper laughed out loud and picked up the crucifix sword from the floor. That was when Senri came upon a late revelation. It was too late. Albertus was not going to attack her. Even for a plan, it was too. Did you think I went on and on to evoke sympathy in you? Senri took off only to find dark threads strung up around her. It was not made of silver. It was made to deal with humans. Steel threads. And subsequently, she heard a creak which was followed by a volley of arrows from all sides. Senri stopped them in their tracks by expanding the blessing around her body. They sounded a little different from the arrows she first encountered. The arrows that she evaded had pierced halfway through the floor. Even with the protection of blessing, she cannot escape those arrows unscathed should she take any directly. They were countermeasures against humans, specifically, the Death Knights. They were simply too powerful for use against normal humans. I failed. I unconsciously did not take that possibility into concern. Because. Impossible. You were discarded. She whispered, dumbfounded. Combat mode. Battle Plan B, surprise attack. All of it was a bluff. The keeper simply cannot keep Senri in check by himself. They barely managed to do so together. The difference in strength was apparent. Using any and all kinds of methods would only serve to buy time. If the keeper faced off against Senri by himself, he would surely die. One of the arrows had pierced a corner of the room. White smoke emitted from the arrow slowly filled the room. Standing in the middle of it, the keeper frowned and declared as if offended. We are vampire hunters. And it goes without saying that we put our lives on the line for it. Sullivan, official release of Volume 1 of this novel is out. Do go and support the author. As for the web novel translation, we will continue until they tell us to stop. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 51, The Curse Part 1. Come on, move already. You fool. You were only struck by a needle to your spine. You imbecile. Heal yourself already. Ugh, shut up. I tried my utmost to put some strength into my body. Gradually, bit by bit, my body was growing less numb. I crawled off the bed, fell to the floor and pushed myself up to my feet. The only thing that had me moving was anger. Anger against Senri. Though she promised to give me blood, it was only an awful lie. Even if her actions were justified, I still would not forgive her. It had been nearly 10 days since I had last fed, so when asked if I needed to feed just as I figured I should be almost depleted, I totally did not suspect her. Even though I was incredibly happy, she was too cruel. I will definitely get her back for this later. I will never let my guard down again. The numbness was slowly ebbing, but the Lord's apparition showed no signs of disappearing. All things said, you really are unique, as I thought. You have talent. Generally, you can't recover from the effects of that skill so quickly. If not for that weak spirit of yours, you could have made a fine king. Then, you need not have rushed me to heal. He certainly is too noisy for an apparition. And more voluble than the actual Lord. It is not my objective to become a great king in the first place. I am only looking to become the king by default. Even as we speak, the negative energy in me is steadily growing. I am slowly getting stronger even without killing any living or drinking the blood of anyone else. I do not know if that is normal for an undead, but judging from what the Lord has to say, I must have a vessel suitable for an undead. Quite the irony considering my desperate will to live. Senri bit down on my neck and made a thin long hole in my body. One that reached down to my spine. The damage caused by that is being healed, albeit slowly. Still, what a horrible skill. I could swallow it if I had been pushed to this state after a punch or something, but I was taken down when my eyes were fixated on Senri's neck. How cruel. Your body is generating more negative energy. Well, it really is a miracle that you managed to survive all those years in that body of yours, said the Lord with a puzzled expression. Good grief, must be nice to have nothing to do but yap about. I ignored his comments as I pushed myself up by leaning on the soft bed. I'm here right now because I died. Finally I can move around. I felt unsteady on my feet. Numbness still pervaded my fingertips, but it was still manageable. Nevertheless, just why did Senri make me go through this hell? Today, we were going to move to the mansion that my father had prepared for us. It does not make sense that she simply left me paralyzed if her intention had been one of betrayal. It would have been easier than taking candy from a child for Senri to have dealt the final blow to me. I need to chase after her. Something feels off. Although I am not completely back to normal, I should recover on the move. The Lord's apparition had also disappeared before I knew it. Judging from the circumstances, Senri must have wanted to stop me from going to Father's mansion. Only she can tell me the reason behind her actions, but if I had to guess, she might have wanted to check if any traps had been laid out. Either that or Father may have said something to Senri yesterday. Senri, as I have seen of her personality so far, is very self-sacrificing in nature. I am prepared to make use of anything in order to survive, but that does not mean I want her to bear the brunt of the burden. I wonder what happened to the machete, blood ruler. I looked around the room and found the machete propped up against the wall. The moment I picked it up with my still numb arm, something dark suddenly jumped into the room through the window. I was completely caught off guard. Not to mention, I had barely sensed any presence. Broken glass. I was sent flying by whatever entered the room. The blood ruler slipped from my arm, fell onto the floor and away from me. The world spins uncontrollably. I tumble over several times before slamming against the wall and sliding to the floor. I tried to straighten myself, ignoring my numb arm's protests, and raised my head. The one that had come flying at me was a 5 feet tall monster, a black dog. Of course, I had no recollection of seeing it before. Fiery gold eyes gleamed in the dark. My instincts screamed that this was no ordinary beast. The dog looked almost like a monster. Why am I being subject to this hell? I simply just want to survive. As if it was not enough that the Death Knights and the vampire hunters were always after me, now even a dog has to attack me. No, wait. This scent feels familiar. As thoughts kept swirling through my head, I forced my still slightly numb arm to reach for the machete. However, before my fingers could touch the hilt, the dog kicked it away from me. And immediately after, it tread on my hand with its huge limb. I could feel my hand being crushed and the bones breaking. I forcibly removed my arm, ignoring my arm tearing apart, broke my arm free and rolled around to get back on my feet. By then, the broken bones and torn arm had healed and the pain was subsiding. Unfortunately, tonight was the full moon. The night the dark forces are at their strongest. I am much stronger than usual. The black dog lunges at me. It stands up high on its hind feet and strikes at me with a huge hairy forelimb. I received the blow that came from above by planting my feet firmly on the floor. I gasped in spite of myself at the outcome that was not in the least what I had expected. The floor easily gave away, my legs sunk into it and my body screamed in pain. Speechless, I withstand the power that tries to crush me from above. What a tremendous power. Although it is true that my body is not completely back to normal, this is no strength of an ordinary beast. It is much superior than the beasts I have ever faced. Above all, it is incredible that it comes close to me in strength on a full moon. Don't underestimate me. I put all my strength into my arms and pushed myself to the side, thus evading the forelimb that attempted to crush me down. Its claws plunged into the floor due to momentum, but the black dog was still unstoppable. The other forelimb slashed at me with its sharp claws. I hastened backwards but they still managed to graze me. Blood spurted and I was thrown back violently and slammed against the wall. Although the wound healed right away, this is. The black dog came stomping with its huge mouth and shiny tongue. Sharp fangs lined its mouth. Though a vampire's body is much sturdier than a human's, a bite from that could tear me apart. I rolled over to the side and evaded its mouth. It crashed into the wall leaving a huge hole in its wake. Its forelimb that I had failed to evade made holes in my body proportionate to the number of its claws. Damn it. I bit down on my pain and kicked at its body. However, an attack that could have broken a few bones in an ordinary being did no damage to it. It is strong. I used the skill Sharp Claw and transformed my nails into sharp talons. I rolled over to evade the relentless attacks from its forelimb and stabbed at the gap between its fur with my claws that were as sharp as a knife. There was a response. However, it was different from what I expected. The bones in my fingers were crushed. The claws that had stabbed and pierced through countless beasts before were broken in half. What in hell is that fur made of? I hit the wall when I tried to retreat in order to avoid the attack. Glinting talons descended on me from above. I need to think. Though it was troubling that I had lost the machete, fighting in such a narrow space was a much bigger problem. Being tossed around in a small space puts me at a terrible disadvantage. Even a vampire would perish if its body is torn apart and its head crushed. Moreover, my regenerative abilities are not inexhaustible. I stretched out my arms and received its limbs that came at me with momentum. Outclassed by power, my arms were torn and bones crushed, but I gained a few seconds. I crawled on all fours like a beast and desperately threw myself out the window. It was the second floor, but you cannot make an omelette without breaking a few eggs. People passing by scream out seeing me suddenly fall out of the window, but I pay them no mind. So did the black dog as it relentlessly chased after me. My arms healed. However, my clothes were still torn. And I had only just bought them. I probably would have the upper hand in a wide space. I do not know the identity of the black dog, but surely it cannot have better regenerative capabilities than a vampire. I picked up a rock the size of my fist and flung it with all my might. The black dog did not even slow down as it easily flicked off the rock that came at it like a cannonball. It was almost like a boar. Drooling all over, a beast is coming to kill me. The broken and crushed claws regenerate and grow stronger. This time, they were much stronger and sharper. My body creaked as it mutated. Ominous, glinting, golden eyes drew nearer. Fine. If you wish to kill me, I shall kill you. I steeled my resolve. I firmly planted my feet on the ground and received the left forelimb that slashed at me, with my own left arm. The blow sent heavy shockwaves through my body. However, I was not sent flying this time. My left arm creaked in protest. But it was still fine. I was going head to head, no, I was overpowering it. Finally, the numbness is gone. Seriously, it is not even funny that I can be overpowered on a full moon at that, when vampires are well known for their Herculean strength. Its jaws come for my flesh. However, no matter if it is different on the inside, it is still in the shape of a beast. I have ample experience battling wolves in the Lord's mansion. I use my sharp claws to slash at the jaws that lunge at me. I got in a clean shot. Having taken a blow to the jaw from below, its huge body was sent flying in the air. Blood trickled down my claws and touched my fingertips. The black dog was flung far and bounced over the ground several times, before it took on a defensive position to land safely and got up on its feet. I gaped in wonder. Impossible. I pierced its jaw and it would not be too strange if my claws had reached its brain. Bloodshot golden eyes. The blood that was gushing from its jaws stopped suddenly. Its feet pawed at the ground and the very same mouth let out a deep growl. It was regeneration. The attack just now would have been fatal to an ordinary beast. It finally hit me. The reason why something felt off earlier. The scent had felt familiar. And that surprising regenerative ability. Werewolf, and this scent, you're the keeper's partner. It was the girl who looked at me with hatred in her eyes back during the negotiation. Albertus was the name, I think. The black dog made no response to my words. I do not know any of their special traits. However, since werewolves pop up in a lot of folktales, I have a general idea about them. Minions of vampires. Werewolves are dreadful evil. Normally in the human form, they are capable of transforming into wolves upon will. Superhuman strength, explosive power coupled with insane regenerative powers, they grow stronger and weaker with the moon cycles, just like vampires, with silver weapons being their weakness. However, what sets them apart from typical dark forces is that those beings are not undead. Although cursed, they are not undead. Hence, they are capable of function during the day and are said to protect the vampires as they sleep. Other things mentioned in folklore include them losing most of their reason when they transform or the full moon transforming them into werewolves even against their will. But if Albertus really was a werewolf, then that raised a lot of questions. Firstly, the keeper not being a vampire. Since werewolves are said to have been created by certain vampires. Secondly, no matter how I look at it, the beast before me is not a wolf, but a dog. The keeper does not seem to be close by. If he were, they would coordinate and attack me together. Perhaps, Senri had been caught off guard by the keeper's attack. Well, let me set that aside for now. Albertus is a fitting opponent for a monster like me. It is true that the Herculean strength, agility, and the thick coat that acts as a shield are certain threats, but I should be able to take her on now. I can win. I cannot let down my guard, however, the clash earlier makes me feel like I have a fighting chance. Werewolves are small fries that play the part of mid-bosses in stories. They are something like minions to vampires. I licked off the blood clinging to my claws. Albertus' blood was as different from Senri's as meat from fruit, but it was not a bad taste. Maybe because the blood was still fresh, my body fired up and power surged forth. Albertus growled even fiercely. Spilling blood had me excited. I brandished my claws and grinned at Albertus. Come at me if you wish to die, Albertus. I won't hold back unlike Senri. Albertus' eyes grew narrower. Eyes full of killing intent. A hoarse voice filled the air. Gggg. Don't look down on me, vampire. The next instant, Albertus' body swelled up. Her body, which was 5 feet high, grew in size along with her mouth, limbs, ears, tail and just about everything enlarged with every heartbeat. It was quite the incredible transformation, making it worthy of being called a curse. The claws in those limbs grew bigger, piercing the ground, forming deep cracks. All the fangs grew much sharper, her golden eyes had contracted like a beast's and her fur, all bristled, stood on end, sharp as needles. Gigantic. What in hell? I gaped and retreated a few steps in spite of myself. Albertus after transformation was twice the size she was before. Be it in height or width, just about everything was twice the size. Earlier, she could still be classified as a beast, but now, she was the size of a food stall. It would be no exaggeration to say she was twice as intimidating as well. Her forelimbs were almost like pillars. If the size were not just for show, I do not think I can stop a blow from it. The black beast, unlike anything I had seen before, stood tall with the ground under its feet cracked and finally turned its attention to me. Looking into those fiery eyes, I could not sense any humanity behind them. The beast roared mightily. The air trembled, debris was sent flying everywhere and windows of nearby houses shattered. My body trembled. Any exultation I felt before disappeared. And thus, smashing the ground it stepped on, Albertus came charging. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 52, The Curse Part 2. It was a demon. If Albertus was like a dark wind earlier, she appeared more like a demon now. Her strength, speed, size, anything and everything looked completely different. I made the split-second decision to move to the side to evade her gigantic self. Albertus crashed headfirst into a closed shop and that was all it took for the building to crumble as if it were no more than a pile of bricks. Although it was nighttime, that did not mean there were no people around. The air was filled with screams from unlucky passers-by and people who were staying in the same inn as me. However, Albertus did not seem in the least concerned about causing an uproar. She shook off the debris, turned around and glared at me. This is dangerous. Can vampires really make a subordinate out of such a monster? I thought perhaps growing in size might dull her intelligence, but that does not appear to be true. Not a single footstep could be heard as that huge body leapt into the air. The moon hidden from view by her black silhouette, the surroundings grow dark for an instant. It is impossible to parry this blow. The monster descends. I kicked back to evade it. Its claws smashed the surface of the unpaved road and did not stop as it lunged towards me, mouth open. Let alone an arm or two, that mouth looked capable of tearing me right in half. Gigantic jaws. I retreated and hurriedly evaded it. Its body felt as if it was on fire. I tried to kick it in the face as I retreated, but I did not make the slightest dent. Those eyes burned with loathing as always. Ah, how abominable curses are. For a moment, I set aside the fact that I was also cursed and sympathized with her circumstances. However, I need to defeat her no matter what. How can I take down this monster in front of me? Should I wait for Senri? When would she get back? No, I should not let Senri face this monster. I am well aware of her strength, but this monster, a pseudo-werewolf, is most likely not an undead, so positive energy would not be its weakness. This is my enemy. It has come to kill me. I need to be the one to deal with it. Albertus advances towards me, crushing the ground she steps on. Her limbs stomped over the ground, scattering earth everywhere. I frantically retreated, but she was much faster than even me, a vampire. I managed to evade a few attacks, but her claws that tried to slash me, grazed my body. The impact from that attack was so strong that it felt like my body was being torn apart. I lose consciousness. When I came to, I was lying on the first floor of a house. There was a huge hole in the wall. I seemed to have broken through quite a few walls. The bones in my body that were on the verge of breaking apart, heal and return to their original state, and my torso that had been torn to shreds heals up in the blink of an eye. I may have died 100 times over had I been human. Luckily, I had blacked out only for an instant. However, this is impossible. I need a weapon. Nevertheless, I cannot wield a silver weapon, which is probably her weakness. I made the mistake of letting go of the blood ruler back at the inn. Would it be possible for that machete to cut into that fur, flesh and bone? Well, I have no other choice but to take the risk. I cannot imagine a weapon better than that to conveniently lie around somewhere. I only thought about it for a second. Albertus ran towards me, breaking through houses and walls as if they were mere sheets of paper. I frantically slid to the side to evade her. I managed to avoid her claws. But she found an opening and swung her tail at me. Covered with bristles and fiercely strong, it was a lethal weapon in itself. It hit me right in the abdomen and gouged out a large portion, and I was sent spinning before slamming heavily into a wall. The throbbing pain made my vision flicker. The pain itself was not unbearable. However, I felt immensely thirsty. Since I had to recover from several fatal injuries, I was running out of energy. If I completely run dry, I would stop recovering like before when I was tortured by Neville and the rest of the knights. I need to replenish. I supported my spinning head as I thought it over. We are in the middle of the town. A lot of the townsfolk are probably running helter-skelter at the unexpected occurrence of a disaster, so there should be no lack of resources. Albertus is targeting me. If I quickly feed a little. The internal conflict lasted but a moment. No. I promised Senri I would not feed on any other humans, and I doubt I would be able to gain the strength to defeat this monster by drinking a bit of blood. I do not have the luxury to feed on anybody, in the first place. Again, Albertus came at me from above, decimating every obstacle in her path. To have all this strength and not as many weaknesses as a vampire is simply too unfair. I cannot even spare a moment to go pick up the machete. A storm is what she was like. Though she was carelessly sending me flying far, she did not lose sight of me. Is she perhaps able to detect me through my scent? I need to get away. I need to escape somehow, and gather my bearings. Her forelimb slashed at me. And her dark, gigantic self from above. I made the impulsive decision to not move to the side but leap forward. The ceiling began to collapse. My entire vision is blocked by its dark mass. I crouch down and frantically slip away. I shudder at the sounds of destruction coming from behind. Somehow I manage to not be turned into a pancake and slip underneath Albertus. I manage to buy myself a second of breathing room. Before Albertus turns around, I stealthily make my way to the road where we originally started. She is much faster than I am. Merely running away will only get me easily caught. Nevertheless, Albertus really put me through the ringer. My abdomen was slit open several times with blood splattering everywhere. If she really was locating me through my scent, then this might be able to confuse her. Given the whole place was a mess with debris everywhere, I have plenty of places to hide. It took me a lot of effort to put a distance of a few houses between us. My sharp sense of hearing could clearly make out Albertus violently tearing down houses in an effort to turn around. I particularly found a room that looked like an appalling scene of murder with my blood spattered everywhere coupled with the destructive remains of the house. Although not ideal, I may be able to hide here. My claws came out and I slit my arm to scatter more blood around. Losing a bit of blood is nothing if it can serve to fool Albertus. After scattering fresh blood around the room, I hold my breath, find a broken table near the scene of spatter and lay down in its shadows. I make sure to stay as quiet as a mouse. Alberta's footsteps draw closer. Considering how large she grew, it should be impossible to move around the house without making a sound. She did not charge like before and her footsteps sounded more unhurried. Looks like I was right about her detecting me through my scent. And probably also sound. Chasing me down would be simple if I were moving, but if I quietly stayed hidden somewhere, it should be hard for even a beast to find me. I become one with the table as I wait for the footsteps to draw closer. I could sense a huge presence nearing me, smashing through all the wreckage. And that presence came to a halt in the room I was hiding. The sound of the beast breathing. The sound of it sniffing around. Debris tumbles over nearby and my normally feeble-sounding heart stops beating altogether. Though I was not in pain, I felt lightheaded. I need blood. Maybe she had sensed something, for she did not leave the room right away. I could hear the half-destroyed furniture being tossed around. Perhaps, the fresh spatter of blood meant to confuse her had raised doubts in her instead. Did my plan to hide my scent backfire on me? I am dead if found. A direct attack from her forelimb could easily crush my skull. Forget it. Forget trying to counterattack and only think about hiding right now. I curled up like a small animal. Unable to move with death looming over me reminded me of my previous life when I was bedridden. I tried to become one with the wreckage. At that moment, I noticed my arm, the color of my skin change, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. Strange. I lost sight of him. The beast that was once Alberta squinted as it followed his scent. There is no doubt that he was right in front of me just now. A few more minutes and he would have been ripped to shreds. However, he was nowhere to be found. Alberta's senses were quite sharp. In particular, her sense of smell was exceptional, but her sense of sight and hearing were quite extraordinary as well. No matter the day, it was impossible for her to lose sight of someone. There is no doubt that he is nearby. He had no luxury to get very far. Blood and tissue from the lesser vampire were scattered in the vicinity. She detected the faint scent of blood particular to Undead as she searched for the target. A spark of annoyance was beginning to smolder in the corner of her mind. She violently kicked through the wreckage, searching for the vampire that was certain to be hiding somewhere. The full moon shone brightly in the sky. The full moon grants more power to the vampires, but the same goes for Albertus as well. They were overwhelmingly mismatched in terms of fighting strength. The target is not a vampire. It was only the chrysalis of a vampire, a lesser being. It does not possess most of the powerful abilities particular to vampires. There was no way she would lose. In the midst of a whirlwind of emotions, with what little reason I had left, I recalled a scene from my past. The sudden destruction of peace. Arrogant, cruel and overwhelmingly strong, the king of the dead suddenly attacked her. The feeling of being deprived of something precious through being fed on and the extremely terrifying feeling that came with being forcibly made to transform. It was simply a coincidence that Albertus was chosen to be the first victim of its ability. And perhaps her good luck as well. The ability that had been gained through forcible transformation was imperfect. The being that was supposed to gain control over Albertus, instead self-destructed from the backlash of using its incomplete ability, leaving behind a curse that could not be undone and her murderous rage against vampires. Animal instinct was taking over the human mind. Even so, I will not be at peace if I do not exact vengeance against vampires that took everything from me. This time, I will be the one to take everything and replace it with fear. She had already committed to memory the faint scent of vampires that normally even beasts are unable to detect. I am no mere dog. I am the hound that drives vampires into a corner and hunts them down. I am not doing this for anyone's sake. I do not need gratitude, sympathy, or even any significance in life. Alberta surrendered herself to her instincts and howled into the moonlit night. The atmosphere shook and the sound unsettled the wreckage. Making use of the shock waves that brought forth, she caught a rough sense of her surroundings. And so, Albertus spotted a house. She found something standing still above its roof. Steeped in darkness, it was a boy with a very feeble presence. Without a scent, completely silent, he had blended into the dark. Standing still, even Albertus would have a hard time spotting him. I see, it was the ability of a dark stalker. Albertus dusted out some knowledge buried in the depths of her mind. That weak undead before evolution into a vampire was better than the latter at one thing, and that was in concealing itself. It was the special characteristic of an ancestor, which gets stronger through evolution, to use abilities from its other stages of evolution. It was the one defining characteristic that set it apart from undead that are turned by other vampires. That boy, the lesser vampire called End, held a large, black machete in his hand. He was clad in clothes that had been shred apart from Albertus' attacks, that they were naturally reduced to rags. However, it was not anger reflected in those eyes as they quietly observed Albertus. What a futile attempt. Silhouette, the ability of a dark stalker cannot be wielded for longer periods of time. Having gotten your hands on a weapon, you think you can defeat me, Albertus? You could have lived a little longer had you fled here. A weapon like that is no more than a wooden stick before me. I will toy around with you before tearing you apart. Filled with pure murderous intent, Albertus howled. Brandishing the machete, the vampire swooped down on her. And thus, the final battle began. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 53, The Curse Part 3. I jumped off the roof. With the aid of gravity, I flung the machete with all my strength that even my sturdy vampire's arms were torn apart. Albertus received the blow squarely with her right limb. The jet-black blade dug into the midnight fur, causing tufts of it to scatter to the ground. Albertus' eyes glinted in the moonlight. However, the machete did not proceed any further. I used so much force that the bones in my arms broke and the flesh was torn, and yet there was almost no damage made. What a sturdy body. Nevertheless, maybe it had hurt her, for Albertus' body trembled. I landed on my feet, quickly crouched down and slid over to her blind spot. Perhaps due to the ability of the dark stalker, Albertus was not responding as fast. I was barely making a sound. And my scent might be concealed as well. My instincts perhaps sensed the danger to my life and activated the ability called Silhouette, which had little to no offensive ability but allowed me to conceal my movements. However, I doubt it can be used for too long. My skin that had turned black was slowly returning to its original color. I need to settle this quickly. I used the machete to parry the blow that came from her tail that she swung like a whip. Such immense power. Although I braced myself for it, I was pushed back a few feet nonetheless. Too strong. Just what will it take to kill this monster? To think, even the blood ruler could barely put a scratch on it. My thirst was almost at its limits. It would seem that Silhouette consumed my strength. The power I got from Albertus' blood seems to have run out as well. Her movements have not in the least dulled after all this time. Instead, they have grown more fierce. I did not feel any fatigue either, but I have accumulated considerable damage. Most of it from attacks I could not evade, but also due to backlash from my own attacks. Time is on her side. I am severely lacking in offensive power. Thinking over how many times I can do an all-out attack. I desperately look for an opening as I dodge her attacks. I search for a chance to win. There is only one way I could land a lethal blow. By making use of the momentum from my opponent's attacks. After all those dodges, I was starting to understand her attack patterns. After swinging down her forelimb, she mostly goes for me with her jaws. I suppose she does not use her fangs first in order to not give me any opening, but if I am to land an attack, that is where I could do it. In order to defeat Albertus, I need to land a single fatal blow to her vitals. Albertus is strong. Even with her animal side in control, her attacks were not blind. However, I have no other choice. I shall swing my machete hard and swift at the jaws that snap at me. Would I really be able to defeat her with this? I am not sure. However, I need to try. My path of retreat has already been blocked. I will step back to evade the attack from her forelimb. I shall then step forward and plant my feet. After which I shall cut down the mouth that comes at me. Even if she were to find my movements odd midway, she would not be able to stop my momentum. Albertus must be a little relaxed now. Since the weapon I had taken the trouble to sneak over to bring along had not worked. Heat consumes my mind. My instincts scream for battle and blood. I steel my resolve. I bore with Albertus' consecutive attacks by making full use of my silhouette skill and evading them with all my might. Ah, I want blood. Sweet sweet blood. A monster with crimson eyes, the shade of blood was reflected in Albertus' gold eyes. My brain was not working anymore. I half let my instincts guide me. Blood spurted. Not from my opponent but me. My consciousness was slipping. I shall survive. No matter what, I shall survive. And so, the moment Albertus raised her forelimb, I awoke from my stupor. I almost reflexively retreated to evade it. The ground shook, but strangely enough, my feet were steady. I put all my strength into the hand holding the machete and blindly stepped forward. You fool! Drink some blood. The rebuke that came out of nowhere made me halt for a moment. Right before me, in point-blank range, claws come down. Albertus, left forelimb. The machete that I had failed to stop was thrust in between the limb as huge as a pillar. It was a trap. Had I not stopped, I would have been mowed down. The machete that was supposed to counter her attack, sunk its teeth into her left forelimb, going past the fur, but meeting something solid halfway stopped it in its tracks. The bone. My consciousness was flickering. I felt as if I were floating above the ground. Thoughts raced through my mind as Albertus' movements grow sluggish. The Lord's apparition was by my side unbeknownst to me. You're still a lesser vampire. Do you understand what that means? The only vampiric ability you possess is bloodlust. Only, bloodlust. Those words resonated deep within me. He is right. I do not possess the vampiric abilities of transforming into a bat or fog. Neither the ability to charm others nor the ability to create followers. I am the chrysalis of a vampire. The only ability I possess, is to drink blood. However, will that do? Not even the blood ruler can barely pass through her fur. Would there even be an opportunity to sink my fangs into such a raging beast? What use would drinking her blood do? There is also the promise I made with Senri. All kinds of thoughts and hesitation crossed my mind. Golden eyes were looking down at me. Nevertheless, the very next moment, my canines had grown longer and sharper. The ability of a ghoul. One that I seldom used, Sharp Fang. I let go of the machete that had only pierced halfway through her limb and kicked off the ground. I shall aim for the neck. I ran past those forelimbs huge as pillars and slid under her jaws. Albertus did nothing as I rushed in recklessly with no definitive plan in mind. However, the moment she spotted my fangs, I noticed her pupils contract in surprise. I get nearer. She looked like a giant black wall up close. I clung to her bristled fur and I let my instincts take over as I opened my mouth wide and sunk my fangs into her giant neck. They easily penetrated the fur that the machete swung with all my might had a hard time getting past. Perhaps she finally realized what I was up to, for Albertus turned around and raged hard, trying to shake me off. My fangs should be nothing compared to such a gigantic body, but she struggled fiercely all the same. Her forelimb came in contact with my body. However, it was too late. It would be impossible for a dog to shake me off after I stuck like glue, and so, I tasted Albertus' life. Lord's half-excited, half-insane laugh echoed through my head. That's right. Be it a werewolf or evil eye, nothing can stand in your way. The essence of a vampire lies in its ability to drink blood. It was a completely different experience from feeding on senri. The blood flowing into me was hot as fire and dark as night. My heart throbbed fiercely. The strange sensation of my soul going through a transformation almost makes me lose my grip, but somehow I managed to hold on. The evil and ambitious necromancer's voice resounded in my head. Yes. This is the result of my lifelong research, cursed steel, which will surpass all kings. I was brimming with dark power. My body began to spasm. What I am drinking right now is not just her blood. Her neck, which I clung onto, trembled and visibly grew smaller. It was the curse. I am sucking out the root of Alberta's curse right now. I was at the mercy of images of things I had not experienced before, churning through my mind like a murky stream. However, even in such a situation, my fangs still would not let go. There was no change in the amount of blood that flowed down my throat. I have already once experienced something similar. At the time, I absorbed the Lord's soul. Everything poured into me. The curse, Alberta's memories. I have never heard of anyone sucking out a curse. Ancestor. Special ability. Is this the ability that the necromancer, Horace Carmen, had designed? There was no longer a response. The jarring laughter I had heard up until a while ago had disappeared. I heard something like a scream escape Alberta's mouth. Her giant head looked up at the sky and her limbs as huge as pillars and body as huge as float, trembled and shrunk like a balloon that had lost its air. I sunk my fangs in further so I do not fall off. Her black fur shrunk and turned into pale soft skin. I reduced the size of my fangs that had grown long and made sure not to bite off her flesh as I continued to drink. And finally, when all traces of the dark power from her blood had disappeared, I let go of the body that I had been holding in my grip and looked up. I was at my limit. I staggered, overtaken by intense dizziness. I held my head in my arms. My heart had not in the least slowed down and was still pounding away. Apparently, cursed steel or whatever it is called, puts a heavy burden on my body. However, I did it. I have done it. I got out of the tight spot. Slumped on the floor after having been released, was Albertus, who had been by the keeper's side. Incredible to think that something that tormented me severely, was the petite, pale, naked body. The contrast between the two forms was extreme. Anyone who had not seen her other form would find it hard to believe that the girl could transform into such a huge dog. Her eyes opened wide in shock. She looked at her hairless palm as if she could not believe her eyes. I can win. I do not feel all too good, but I will not lose now. If I am guessing right, Albertus is now weak. That superhuman strength must have been derived from her curse. The one in front of me now, was a mere human with no combat skills. Furthermore, she is unarmed. I reprimand my body for almost collapsing, straighten my back and look down at Albertus. Serves you right. This is what happens when you try to come for my head. I broke my promise to Senri and ended up drinking Albertus' blood, but she was not human then, but a dog, so I consider her to be an exception. Realizing my gaze on her, Albertus got up to her feet and took a step back. Her face showed none of the killing intent she displayed a while before, but maybe because of blood loss, she looked pale. I am sorry, but you are going to have to die. You have seen my ability. If the vampire hunters were to find out about this, there is no saying what they would do. They might even come for me as a group. I am not as naive as Senri. Certainly not as naive as to forgive people who come to kill me. I closed the distance between us and smiled in an effort to disguise my poor condition and used the ability that I just now sucked out of her. I instinctively knew how to use it. My heart thumped loudly, my skeletal structure and body creaked audibly as it underwent transformation. Alberta's face twisted in shock. In a flash, my viewpoint, grew lower. The rags that I had on, grow loose and fall over my head. I frantically shook my head and crawled out from the heap of rags. Huge. Albertus, who stood stock still, appeared huge. Like a giant. No, wrong. I know it. I am the one who shrunk. I turned my head around and looked behind me. What I saw was something completely different from what Albertus transformed into, a white fluffy tail. Kun. I looked at my right hand, only to find a squishy paw with centimeter-long claws. Unnecessarily long fur. Moreover, I was fluffy. The fur on my belly was fluffy as well. This is. I have turned into a small breed that is treasured as a pet. I was clearly twice as small as Albertus when she jumped into the building through the window. As I sat depressed, Albertus slowly walked around. Naked and brazen, without so much as an underwear, she picked up the blood ruler that lay on the ground beside me and looked down at me. What was reflected in her eyes was not the intent to kill or fight. With no emotion showing in her eyes, Albertus raised the machete high over her head. Wait a minute, how am I supposed to turn back? I try to turn back, but find myself ignorant of how to do so. Perhaps her strength was failing, for she was unsteady on her feet as she held the machete overhead, but she should be able to win against me as I am now. And what a timing, for the sky to grow brighter. I should have quickly finished her off without transforming. Even if I am to escape, I would lose the night crystal that I went through all that trouble to obtain, if I do not take my clothes with me. Cayenne. Even my bark sounded like a whine. I retreated and desperately tried to look menacing, trying to keep her in check as she aimed where to strike, when I suddenly felt my body being lifted up. A familiar scent. It was Senri. Senri had flown over with her light wings and picked me up. Senri looked worse for wear. Her overcoat was filthy everywhere and even her skin was covered in soot. She looked unhurt otherwise. And, are you okay? Cayenne. I got held up. I can see what happened here. My saving grace had descended. The creepings of sunlight made me twinge. Smoke arose from the tip of my tail. Senri picked up my clothes off the ground and wrapped them around me. Though it was done to block out the sunlight, it was a bit much to be handled that way. I would like to complain, but there is not much I can say in the form of an adorable small dog. Cocooned in darkness, Senri's calm voice reached my ears. Don't come after us any longer. She is not going to finish her off. What a naive way of handling things. But at the same time, it did not come as a surprise. Vampire hunters are not her enemies. That is the reason I wanted to finish off Albertus before Senri returned. However, that is fine. I will not reach for the skies. I snatched Albertus' power from her. Since I am fine and so is Senri, I consider it a good outcome. I have no idea what became of the keeper, but even if he were alive, I doubt he is reckless enough to challenge us by himself. Although not the best of outcomes, it was still better. Right now, I need to think about how to turn back. Stuck in a tough spot as I was, the Lord would naturally not pop out at times like these. Moreover, I was struck with intense drowsiness. Clearly this was not the time to nod off, but it was already sleep time for vampires. Senri began to run. I could tell from how my body was swayed. Cayenne. We shall leave this town. If we continue to stay here, we will cause trouble for your father. Cayenne. It's okay. Without solid proof, aristocrats cannot be prosecuted. QN. End. Leave everything to me. Senri sounded resolute. Although we were not exactly conversing, her voice was all it took to loosen the ball of nerves in me. Relaxed, in the dark, my eyes closed. I felt an extremely pleasant sleep on the horizon. I trust Senri. I suppose, it is not too bad to be the one cradled once in a while. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 54, Epilogue Light. Good grief, what a wringer I was put through. The Lord's creation, the ability called Curse Steel, is rather terrifying. Well, it is true that I need to be careful with what I feed on since it is actual substance I take in, but depending upon how I use it, it could make me a whole lot more powerful. However, the curse I sucked out of Albertus was simply too horrible. Though younger and of a smaller physique, she could transform into a giant muscular dog, while I transformed into a small pet dog. Reflected in the mirror Senri lent me, was a truly adorable translucent dog. A pure white dog with long fluffy fur. If I had owned one like this in my previous life, it would have brought a lot of comfort to me. This is too much. Clearly, I have lost a lot of combat ability than when in human form. Moreover, I have no idea what I am doing wrong, but no matter how much I try, I cannot turn gigantic like Albertus. The only upsides to this is the enhanced sense of smell and not having to worry about being pursued by Albertus since I stole her curse. What else? Oh yeah. A smaller body might come in handy sometime. A tightly shut space where not a sliver of light could slip through. The world was swaying back and forth. Since there was nothing better to do, I closed my eyes and cocked my ears. As long as I focus I can discern what was happening outside. Is that your pet, in a carry case? It's a puppy. He's sleeping so I can't show him to you right now. Are pets allowed here? My ears twitched hearing Senri's voice come from above. A flustered voice followed soon after her brusque voice. Of course. Although there would be extra charges levied if the pet makes too much of a mess. That's all right. He's been potty trained. Not surprising. Your pet seems pretty docile. The rubber collar around my neck bothered me a little. However, inside the bell on the collar was the night crystal, so I cannot have it taken off either. Albertus was fine under the sun and did not emit any negative energy, but that was because she is a human at her roots. Even if I am in the dog form now, it does not change the fact that I am a vampire. I was inside a carry case for small pets. It was slightly modified to not let a sliver of sunlight seep through. Well, a bit of sunlight would pose no risk though. Setting my pride aside, I suppose this can be considered tremendous progress compared to when I spent my days shut in a closet. As for our life on the run, not being able to move during the day had been a huge obstacle, but since Senri was easily able to carry me in my dog form, the distance we cover in a day has improved astronomically. At night, I could carry a sleeping Senri on my back, so our chances of being able to outrun our pursuers have greatly risen. The Death Knights expect the two of us to be traveling together, so they would look for two people. However, we have now become a person and a dog. By the way, what's the name of the puppy? Asked an employee, most likely, maybe because they liked dogs. Senri was silent for a minute after which she uttered softly. His name is Baron. Baron. How elite. Yes, he is. He's such a sweet dog. That's too mean, Senri. It made me unhappy and I expressed it by whining sadly, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. We enter the room. The curtains are closed and once let out of the carry case, I turn back human. My small paws grow bigger in a flash, so does my body and all the fur that was my most attractive feature, disappear. Only thing that remained the same was the flexible collar around my neck. Although I was not aware of how to turn back into a human soon after transforming into a dog, I soon figured it out. I only had to imagine my body growing bigger. I had instinctively grasped how to transform into a dog, but the process of turning back felt a bit more difficult. Also, my original curse seemed to clash with the new curse I obtained. I heard from Senri that the curse forced Albertus to spend the day as a dog, but that was not the case with me. There are many things that need careful observation. The faint sunlight seeping through the curtains made my skin tingle. After turning back, I lost no time to find a dark corner to hole up in, when Senri turned away and threw the rucksack at me and spoke in a troubled voice, which was rare for her. "And, put on some clothes first. It would be nice if I could keep my clothes on when I transform." What an inconsiderate curse. "And, you're a little too carefree. There's no point in worrying. Turning into a dog isn't all that bad. I could perform tricks to make some money." However, it did feel weird to not wear any clothes for a long time. Even when I was sick in bed, I was certainly properly dressed. It was rather surprising how Albertus tried to attack me even as she was buck naked. I cracked jokes as I put on my underwear and ran an arm through the sleeve of the shirt. Senri had her back turned to me as she spoke. "Do you feel fine? I have never heard of someone possessing more than one curse. I have no idea what could happen to you. Looks like the vampire curse is stronger. Well, there is not much I can do about that now. However, the Lord did intend to take control of my body. I doubt he would have created something that could end up being an encumbrance to him, so all I can do is trust in his abilities." We successfully made it out of Fermet territory. There was no indication of the vampire hunters pursuing us. You could say we had escaped a perilous situation for now. "Are you okay with not bidding farewell to your family?" "Yeah, it's alright. I had already heard all the details. Also the fact that father had entrusted me to Senri. Though we had not seen each other in years, my father helped me a lot more than I had imagined. I would be lying if I said I had not felt moved. Although I kind of want to meet my siblings and mother. I suppose I should drop that idea. I am already deceased. It would be better for fewer people to know of my existence. Though it may not hold much significance, I feel satisfied being titled a baron. According to Senri, the keeper is no longer alive. Seems the trap started with a smokescreen and ended with poison gas. All kinds of tricks were employed to keep her from leaving, with the end result of the whole mansion being blown up. Though an enemy, he was rather an admirable man. Had he succeeded in his endeavor to keep Senri there any longer, I might have died by Alberta's hands. Moreover, despite being blown up, Senri was practically unscathed and even immediately flew over a long distance to come to my aid. That makes her seem a whole lot less human than me. I do not know what kind of life Albertus will lead upon having lost her keeper, but though her curse is gone, she still has her memories and experiences. I suppose she will survive. The only thing I do know is that Albertus will never again stand before us as an enemy. The fearsome tracking ability of the keeper seems to have been Albertus' sharp sense of smell. They probably tracked us fast by the keeper riding on Albertus or something like that. Having taken that ability from her and with the possession of the night crystal, there is no one that can pursue us anymore. I can finally relax now. Luckily, the ability, Curse Steel, was not dangerous for now. I imagine it would get stronger the more curses I absorb, but at the moment, it holds no danger. Had this been an ability capable of causing uncontrollable destruction, then Senri may have put an end to me, and not to mention, it is useless when fighting large numbers. I think she will overlook it for the time being. I walked towards Senri, who still had her back turned to me, hugged her from behind and brushed my nose against her nape. I could sense the delicious blood flowing under that skin. Albertus' blood was sweet as well, but it could never hold a candle to Senri's. Senri did not stir but expressed her disapproval. "And, no. But you promised me. It's not nice to lie. You fed on Albertus. So, no." "Ah, fine. I got it." My nose brushed against her neck, my lips touched her pale skin and traced her neckline. Her fragrant scent had me drooling. Senri let out a soft sexy moan. That brought a dark pleasure in me, so I tightly embraced her dainty, supple body. Even after all that had happened, Senri had still not protected herself in a veil of blessing. Senri Silvis' blood had the power to make vampires lose their mind. I am surely the luckiest vampire ever to be able to drink her blood when I wish to. But at the same time, it also meant that we could become the target of other vampires. As long as I am around her, Senri will not shield herself with blessing. Thus, the scent of Senri's blood, unprotected by positive energy that vampires instinctively fear, can probably be sensed from far away considering how delectable it is. I shall kill them all. Vampires are Senri's enemies. And so, mine as well. Vampire's bride. The term the keeper used, refers to a person who remains human and offers their blood to a vampire. Though Senri did not bat an eyelid, to someone who still considered herself a death knight, it must have come off as a horrible insult. Her silver hair brushed against the tip of my nose. Her pale skin was slightly drenched. A seemingly reproachful voice reached my ears. And, turn back into a dog. You were a good boy then. I won't bite. But being this way, is really, nice. As I was about to say that, my whole body was overtaken by intense heat. That which filled the world in the blink of an eye, resembled a natural disaster in some respects. The shock made my eyes pop open. The heat was pain. I was being burned by positive energy. It was even more powerful than sunlight itself. My body, my soul began to disappear. The incredible amount of negative energy that I had accumulated, the most thus far, was cancelled out, returning me to zero. The tips of my fingers vanish, then my arms, my legs, as if I had never existed from the beginning. This is, not Senri's power. This. Senri, who was always calm and composed, had her eyes wide open in surprise. She hurriedly lifted up the upper half of my body as I collapsed to the floor. Soul release, impossible. There should be at least a distance of 1,000 kilometers between us. It was a pay. I thought, as my consciousness was gradually fading. The only one capable of such a feat, emitting energy that could be mistaken for the sun, would be Ape the Destroyer. I was losing consciousness. I was not allowed to put up a fight. I will be returned to a corpse. I was not the only target. It was an indiscriminate attack. A sweeping attack against undead from a long distance. No, I do not want to die. The abyss in me tries to fight back, but is completely drained by the simply colossal energy, unable to put up much of a struggle. That is when Senri picked up my head and had my lips touch her neck just like she once did before. I feverishly plunged my fangs into her pale skin. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 55, Archenemy. My vision flickered. Regardless of my will, I was forced to feel insignificant in front of that storm of light. The Death Knights claim that their duty is one of purification. If this really is purification I am being subjected to, then the objective of this fire that burns my soul, the pain, must be to purge all the karma I have accumulated. I am well aware that my second chance at life goes against the fundamental rules of this world. Even so, I did not wish to die. Not because I was particularly ambitious. I simply had too many regrets to easily accept death. It felt like a storm, a tide, and the sun at the same time. Amidst my fleeting sense of consciousness, I desperately tried to move my absent limbs and fought against the power that wanted to return me to my original state. I accumulated negative energy. I could feel myself slowly getting stronger. However, that was all in my head. If all of this is just a single human being's strength, then I should consider myself lucky for having survived this long. Oh, how harsh this world is on the undead. My existence was being wiped out. Erased without even given the time for my life to flash past me. My consciousness was fading. I was miraculously revived the first time. I was saved by Senri the second time. However, I doubt history will repeat itself a third time. I tried to scream out, but my voice was no more. And so, I died just like that, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. I jolted awake on the bed. It was almost completely dark. Thick curtains were draped over the windows and not a sliver of moonlight slipped into the room. My head prickled. I clutched at my violently throbbing heart as I slowly took a look around the room. Ha, 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 shit, it's that dream again. Lesser vampires do not perspire. If they could, I would be drenched in cold sweat from head to toe. They do not need to breathe either. My ragged breathing was no more than something that I retained from my life as a human. If I close my eyes and focus, I can sense my dark soul. My arms, legs and whole body were shaking. However, all of that is proof that I am alive. Had that incident occurred when I was asleep, I would have died without even feeling any of the dread I feel now. And, you had that dream again. Yeah, but I'm okay. I'm getting used to it. Senri, who lay curled up next to me, slowly stretched out and held my arm. A vulnerable Senri in a nightgown. Almost a week had passed since Apei's sudden onslaught. My life has gone through a few changes. First, I began to sleep at night. Second, I cuddled up to Senri while I slept. It was only a temporary measure, but being close to Senri made my nightmares a bit better. Besides, if that attack were to happen again, I could get some blood right away while I wait for it to cease. It was simply good fortune that I could survive that storm of light. I had been awake and Senri had been close by. Those two things saved my life. I would have died without so much as a struggle if I had been asleep. If Senri had not been close by, then I could not have fought against the purification by drinking her blood as I was dying. According to Senri, that light was called soul release and it was one of the basic skills of the Death Knights. The skill that is mostly only used to kill lower-level undead, almost completely ate my soul, a lesser vampires. Moreover, there was still quite a bit of distance between Apei and us. We ran at full speed, Senri during the day and I at night to further that distance. Even if he were to ride a carriage, he would not be able to catch up with us. I breathed in deep the sweet scent that wafted from Senri. Dressed in nightgown, she lay curled up. Her exposed nape shined bewitchingly despite there being no light in the room. I am grateful that she scoots over out of consideration for me, but my thirst gets a bit stronger after I wake up from a nightmare, so holding back is very difficult. I cannot possibly pin her down and feed on her after she saved my life twice. Senri whispered reassuringly. It's okay, don't worry, and taking into concern the scope and strength of the attack that almost killed you, Master, must have pushed himself too hard. The power of blessing can be exhausted, so, it shouldn't happen twice. That's true. Yeah, you're right. Impossible. It can't happen again. I told myself over and over. I was aware that it could only give me some peace of mind. Apei, that man, is my archenemy. Senri is a wonderful partner. She is fair, gentle and a kind soul who would sacrifice herself for others. And that is precisely why Apei, deprived of Senri, is trying to decimate me with so much power, enough to reduce those benefits to nothing. I am sure Senri is right about him having exhausted all of his power. If that kind of power could be wielded without any limitations, then all the undead would have disappeared from this world a long time ago, and though a week had passed since then, there has been no other such attack. But at the same time, I cannot imagine that not happening again. I have no idea why he decided to do the deed himself despite having entrusted the job to the keeper. Perhaps Albertus had informed them of their failure or he had grown tired of waiting for the report of success that never came. However, even if that skill takes an enormous amount of power, as long as it was possible to do it again, I am sure that man would do it. Until Senri returned, as many times as necessary. I am scared. I ended up incurring the wrath of someone way more powerful than me. Even the thought of returning Senri crossed my mind. Although I cannot live without Senri anymore, I am well aware of the part one played in distorting her life. But even if I were to go ahead and return her, I am sure Apei would still never forgive me. The most that could happen is, he might not want to smite me but give me a merciful death by purification. Neither of which I want. As of now, I have no way to counter that attack. Because the enemy does not even come into view. All I can do is to stay out of the range of Apei's attack and quickly accumulate energy to evolve into a vampire. Recalling the incident still makes me shiver. As I grew timid in spite of myself, I looked at Senri beside me to raise my spirits. Senri is trying to keep me alive. So, no matter what, I need to outrun Apei. Thanks, I'm okay, I've calmed down. You should, sleep some more. Since we need to move once the sun rises. It's no problem. Do you need blood? Nah. I'm fine, still good. I need to get a control myself. The vampiric instincts are trying to overwhelm me. If Senri forsakes me, then this time around, I really will need to live my life as a monster. I see. That's good then. Good night, End. I made sure Senri lied down before laying down myself. I scowled and bit my tongue at the delightful scent that came from such close quarters. I gingerly extended my arm, found Senri's hand and squeezed it. She trembled for a moment before squeezing back. We need to travel far. Head for a place out of reach of humans. Apei is freakishly strong. I almost died due to an attack from a super long distance. If I were to encounter him in person, death would be inevitable. However, there was one other concern. Senri's hand, a bit cold, I could sense the blood flowing through her veins. My head grew hot. Weird. This is weird. I had drunk more than enough of her blood. Vampires grow stronger the more blood they drink. Senri thinks my physical abilities already rival vampires. In truth, I am a bit stronger than Albertus when she did not exert her full strength. That meant the amount of negative energy I possessed was much closer to a vampire's. However, I am still yet to evolve into a vampire. The Lord mentioned that I was special. The blood I received regularly from Senri was of no doubt the finest quality, and I have also killed countless beasts. It would not be too strange for me to have already evolved. No. It was unusual that I had not evolved considering I have lived this long. Although the skill Soul Release is quite powerful, its effects differ depending on the type of undead. Simply put, it does not work very well on undead with a tough body. It works best on spirit-type undead, and is effective on lesser vampires whose soul is out in the open, and has noticeably weaker effect on vampires. Lesser vampire is the chrysalis of a vampire. So, it is incredible to emit enough power with Soul Release to fill their abyss, but, it did indeed end up being more than effective. Chances of dying to that skill will get considerably lower if I were to become a vampire. I need to accumulate more energy by any means necessary. I need to spare no effort. Before Apei torments me to death. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 56, Travel with Merchants Part 1. I rocked heavily back and forth. Stars shone in the clear night sky. Winter appeared to be almost upon us, as a moist breeze caressed my fur. I stretched and wagged my tail as I rested on Senri's lap. Senri gently stroked my back. Cool breeze or lustrous fur mean nothing special to me. Since vampires barely register any changes in temperature. Oh really, little miss is heading to Romberg with your dog? What is your business there? It's not the kind of place girls like you should visit, it happens to be the front line. I'm going to join the fight. I may not look it, but I can wield a sword. With those skinny arms. Either you're really confident in your skills or too reckless. The one who spoke was a gruff man with a deep scar on his cheek. His vulgar eyes gave Senri the once-over. I stood up on her lap and thumped my tail and growled as menacingly as I could with my high-pitched voice. The filthy man chuckled at my threat and said, "Quite the reliable knight you've got there, but that pretty dog of yours would be eaten up in under a week if you take it to Romberg. Unfortunately, I am not a knight but a baron. A month after I had begun to grow accustomed to being treated like a dog, we joined a large group of traveling merchants and proceeded on our journey towards the north. Groups of horses and carriages at the front and back as far as the eye could see along with the lights, probably makes us look like one big herd from above. In this day and age, places outside of towns are not safe. There is the threat of monsters and also bandits. It would be no trouble for someone as strong as Senri or me to travel safely from one town to another, but for most of the population, traveling is a risky business. That is the reason for travelers or merchants with no means to hire decent guards to travel in big groups. In this world where only the fittest survive, man's place on the food chain is certainly not at the top. They would not be able to survive unless they join forces. Human society works on the principle of give and take. People capable of fighting like Senri and I, are hired by merchants for the price of food during the journey, a small fee, and are allowed to ride in the carriages. Even with guards, it is safer to travel in large numbers, and while traversing long distances, it is more mutually beneficial. Although, the circumstances are a bit different in our case. Senri patted my head as I thumped my tail in protest at the vulgar guard. It was Senri's idea to join a group of merchants. I and Senri can travel much faster on foot rather than carriages. I do not tire and am much faster than a carriage, and as I would be carrying Senri on my back, there is no other method more effective for a swift escape. However, a woman traveling alone would be too conspicuous. Even if I were in my human form, we would still stand out. It would pose no major issue outside of towns, but while entering towns or passing checkpoints, we will need to go through inspection. The Death Knight's influence cannot be underestimated. So, the only way to hide a person is in a group. We were positioned in the middle of the group. Although the vanguard and the rear guard are more likely to face any potential issues, the fact that Senri had a dainty appearance and I am a dog were taken into account, so we were placed at the center of the group where it is the safest. Even so, probably due to there being very few female guards, the other male guards often hit on Senri by way of killing time, which had me greatly annoyed. They stopped trying to lay hands on her after she twisted one of their arms, but I felt like they could defile her with their contemptuous gazes. Nevertheless, I was unfortunately stuck in a cage during the day, and though I was let out during the night, I could not possibly turn human, so there was not much I could do about anything. Maybe I could put them on guard if I were a bigger dog, but I command too little respect as I am now. What's more, since joining the band of merchants, I have thrice been kidnapped by scoundrels who fell for my beautiful coat of fur, and each time we have had to change the location to regroup. Dogs are considered assets, so stealing them is a crime, but apparently I am so adorable that people would not mind committing a crime to get their hands on me. There were even requests from registered merchants who wanted me, and every such request fed my ego, but Senri looked a little fed up with the whole situation. The price seemed to climb at every negotiation. At this rate, I might get sold off the next time. Baron, you wag your tail at anyone. Kun. You know, I am not doing it because I want to. I somehow end up wagging my tail. The body of a dog is a mystery. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. A city near the border was decided as our next destination. Romberg. A fortified city where humans and beasts compete ruthlessly over the rights to the land. It is also known as the City of Blood and Iron and the most relentless battlefield in the entire continent. There are 3 reasons as to why we chose the city. Firstly, Romberg was not in correlation with the Death Knights of this continent, hence the chances of meeting a Pei here were unlikely. Secondly, repeated battles would not only accelerate the rate of my evolution but also enable us to earn some money. Thirdly, if something were to occur, we could take refuge in the Demon King's territory. If rumors are to be believed, Romberg seems to be a truly dreadful but also the most technically advanced city in a place that was haunted by both man and demon. Hide a human among humans and demon among demons. Although we do not plan to stay there forever, it is the most optimal destination for now. The only issue was that Romberg was an extremely long journey. The bonfire snapped and crackled as it burned bright. A hot pot with a variety of ingredients hung over the fire, enveloping its vicinity in a fine aroma. Although we were in the middle of nowhere, there was a flurry of activity resembling a tavern. The group moved according to plan. Both people and horses get exhausted unlike the undead, so it was necessary to make regular stops at watering holes. Guards took turns keeping an eye out for monsters or beasts. Senri was also included in the rotations, but I was not, as I was unfortunately a pet dog. They would not add me to the list. However, during that time, I do something only I am capable of. Baron, were you a good boy? Kyun. Once we stop to rest, excited children of the merchants gather around me. There are not a lot of dogs traveling with us. The ones in the group, though not as huge as Albertus, were all robust dogs that could be used for combat. Apparently, these adorable children cannot help but want to feed me. There are even kids who bring over their share of jerky or precious sweets. Even their parents looked on affectionately at the actions of their children. Good grief, there is no helping it. I woofed, thumped my tail up and down as I took them on. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 57, Travel with Merchants Part 2. The world is vast. The sky is high, with nothing to obstruct the view until the horizon. The scene struck a chord within me, who had led the better part of his life stuck in one place. Since the body of a dog is small, even running around a small distance is a great adventure. If I were to enter a field with tall grass, I would disappear from the view of others and my own view would be obstructed as well. However, my sense of smell is great. Though my senses were enhanced upon becoming a lesser vampire, it was still nothing compared to after I transformed into a dog. According to the keeper, Albertus had apparently run us down from hundreds of kilometers away by scent. Sad to say, my olfactory senses are not as strong, but I can track down Senri at the very least. In my spare time, I tested my strength. The body of a dog is much more convenient than I imagined. I felt cheated that I did not gain any combat abilities like Albertus, but it is great that people are not on guard around me. Although, it is rather sad that I am loved more as a dog than when I was human. There are a few things I discovered about a dog's body. The exemplary sense of smell. Combat abilities were non-existent. Magic could not be wielded while in the dog form. Vampires' weaknesses were passed down as well. Onion and chocolate could not be ingested. Apparently, the dog curse and the vampire curse seemed to work on different levels. The transformation into a dog was done utilizing the power of the vampire, but the transformation itself was not the ability of a vampire. You may think it meaningless, but it is in fact very important. That is right. I can sustain my dog form on water. Vampires actually lose all their abilities on water. Even if they try to cross a body of water in the form of a bat or wolf, the transformation would be undone. However, that does not happen to me. Since the dog curse is separate from the vampire curse, even approaching the surface of water does not undo my transformation. We discovered it when Senri and I made a careless mistake. Tucked away in the carry case, we did not think before trying to enter a town that had taken countermeasures against vampires. If my transformation had been undone, the result would have been catastrophic. Since the weaknesses themselves do not change, it does weaken me to the point where I can't even take a step, but there is an important difference. In other words, as long as I am in a carry case, I could even travel on a ship. Of course, that is based on the assumption that Senri would help. Senri mentioned that it would not have been too strange for the Lord to have become a first-class necromancer much earlier. It was likely that the Lord prepared for an attack and so, postponed becoming an undead. All in order to create an undead with the ability of curse steel. To be more specific, it must have been his dream to take over that undead's body and become the greatest king of the undead ever. The ability curse steel that I possess, has long years of research behind it. Horace Carmen is dead. Though a vestige of him remains in me, he was not able to see his dream come true. I suppose putting that power to good use is all I can offer the Lord, who is a mage at his core. Senri returned after ending her shift of keeping watch. Holding the big ornamental box given to me by one of the merchants, wagging my tail, I greeted my master. The blood of children is fresh. Although the taste differs from person to person, depending on their health, sex and age, everyone generally emits a very delicious scent. Still, there is no match for Senri. I ran around Senri to make sure she was not hurt. Had she been hurt, her scent would give it away. Seems like she was able to end today's shift unscathed. Senri leaned over, took a look at my spoils of war in the box and sighed heavily. Baron, you got so many gifts again, you really have what it takes to be a dog. The box contained coins and different kinds of jewelry. The traveling merchants are mostly wealthy. There are even ones that deal in precious gems among them. When I take the box to them, they all look amazed and put all sorts of things in it. If I were to spot something I like, I would put my paw on it and they mostly end up giving it to me. Though the coins were mostly copper ones, there were a lot of silver and gold ones in the mix too. We do not really need money since the money I got from father was still left over, but they certainly made a good audience. They need to be returned again. Kyun. Didn't I tell you not to do this? Where's your pride? Kyun. Even though she never succeeds, she always tries to return my spoils of war. I may be a cute dog, but Senri is a pretty girl too. She has not realized that the dog that asks for money and the master who tries to return it have become a sort of spectacle within the group. I am only trying to make the best of my circumstances. I know no pride. They give me snacks and money. No one tries to be careful around a dog, so even gathering information is easy. The only other thing I need is blood, which I get from Senri. I felt satisfied. And if Ape had not existed in this world, my life would be perfect. The children of the merchants were all brilliant. Well-kempt hair and clean clothes. Their eyes shone as if they believed only good things existed in the world, and every night when we paused our journey, they would huddle around the bonfire and learn things from their parents. Knowledge is power to a merchant. At that moment, everyone was serious, such that I was first shooed away when I approached them, but once I learned to stay quiet during their classes, I was allowed to curl up near them and listen in on their conversation. I heard stories about travel, history, towns and even recalled maths that I had forgotten. There were families of mercenaries in the group too. Their children were completely different, in that most of them had this sharp look in their eyes, and I had a hard time getting them to warm up to me. However, children are just that, children. They were all putty in my hands once they grew close to me. I observed how the mercenaries trained with weapons, went together with them on their rounds, learned how to set traps, conceal one's aura and methods of tracking. Senri was overwhelmingly superior in terms of pure combat skills, and ways of concealing aura or tracking come easy to a vampire, but it was very fun to gain more knowledge. Not to mention, I might have to face off against mercenaries in the future. It would be best to learn more about their methods. Sadly enough, I was not able to see people train their magic. There were a few mages in the group, but they were all masters of their craft, so they could mostly be found reading a book and not doing any training. Mages were scarce and their skills were a mystery. Grimoires only contain the basic principles, so I guess they are not foolish enough to expose their skills among strangers. They might also want to avoid exhausting their mana and becoming unable to fight should the situation arise. The surrounding scenery changed as the group pressed forward. From grasslands to wastelands. Monsters that appeared ranged from beasts a bit stronger than ordinary animals, magical beasts that shared more than one animal trait, goblins, orcs and even humanoid monsters. It was proof that we were nearing human settlements. Strong monsters serve under the Demon King. Hence, in the vicinity of the domain of the Demon King, monsters that are too strong for ordinary humans to defeat appear. The group of merchants are nothing but delicious bait in the eyes of intelligent monsters. They would be able to get their hands on abundant food supplies, weapons, armor, and even all kinds of jewelry. There are humanoid monsters that even target the horses. Since the merchants are well aware of the threats and prepare the best defense possible, they cannot get taken down easily. Among the battles that yielded multiple casualties, Senri, who was overwhelmingly powerful with equally strong recovery, earned the nickname of Goddess of Victory at some point. Meanwhile I went around providing comfort and solace for everyone. And so, we earned the name, Goddess of Victory in her white dog, Skull and Crossbones, Skull and Crossbones, Skull and Crossbones. Under a thick tent, I was in my human form for the first time in a while. I threw on a dark cloak for appearance's sake to cover my body. It is absolutely vital for vampires to ingest blood. Though I was growing accustomed to the body of a dog, I need to turn back into a human when it is time to feed. I cannot use my vampiric powers in the dog form. And that includes feeding. Usually Senri simply goes to sleep with her cloak wrapped around her. Though that is how most of the soldiers spent their nights, Senri borrowed a largish tent in exchange for some money only when it was time for me to feed. Because I cannot have someone see me in my human form and we cannot possibly go someplace away from prying eyes. And, you're a little too relaxed. It had been a long time since I was in my human form. Senri looked at me reproachfully as she uttered the words that I had recently grown tired of hearing. I'm the type to revel in the present. Moreover, it has helped gather information too. You certainly seem to be having a lot of fun. You can't afford to stand out too much. Well, it is true that I had a lot of fun. I have forgotten how long it has been since I played hide-and-seek or raced around. My bad. But it's not like I'm the only white dog around, I won't be exposed. Well, they might find it weird that I stayed inside the carry case all day, but the group travels all throughout the day. No one has the time to pay me any mind. Since I had been in my dog form for a while, seeing Senri look smaller than me felt new. I shrugged as I replied. Everyone treats me well. I wagged my tail to return the favor. Senri looked into my eyes for a minute and soon sighed heavily. Ha, we have no idea what the curse could do. So be mindful of that. It'd be great if I could tag along with you on your shift. Looks like we are coming across stronger monsters recently. There are other mercenaries with me, so don't worry. I crawled over to Senri and took hold of her wrist in my hands. The sweet smell of blood made my head spin. Her wrist in my palm. I traced a line along the soft skin. A slender arm so dainty that makes it hard to believe that she could exhibit power rivaling mine. Only thing that pains me is that I cannot strip off her clothes. Senri stayed silent, but after catching my eye, she tilted her head a little defeated, exposing her pale neck. It cannot be helped, so I convinced myself. Ape is terrifyingly strong. In order to be able to stand my ground against him, I need to grow stronger as quickly as possible. The spot where you feed is important. Depending on whether you feed from the finger or neck, even if the same amount of blood is ingested, there is a discernible difference in the amount of power gained. There is a limit to how much blood Senri can produce. As it is, there are not many opportunities to feed, so no other spot than the neck is optimal. And, you have forgotten restraint. That's just proof that we trust each other. I grabbed her limp arm and pinned her down over a thin blanket. Her soft, warm body beneath me, she obediently waited to be fed upon. That was enough to make the heat rise to my head and my heart to throb. She had undone her armor of blessing. I touched my lips under her ear and traced a path along her neck. My fangs ached. Touching my nose to her neck, the sweet smell of her blood flowing under all the skin and muscle sent jolts through me. Ah, I have not even fed and yet, it already feels so good. Her naked neck. As I paused, entranced by her shining pale skin and scent, Senri stirred. NNG. End, quick, finish. Well, what's the rush? The night is long. Doing this makes your scent sweeter. Though I was yet to bite down, her pale skin grew hotter. Senri let out a stifled breath and trembled. Sweet. Not just her blood, but her skin, her body, and everything about her was of the finest quality. Senri would make an exquisite meal to not just a vampire but also a ghoul. The positive energy residing in her made her chaste and healthy. If I were to compare her to a fruit, it would be a waxed, shiny apple. The sweet smell intensifies. It meant that she was overwhelmed by pleasure that even someone as logical as her cannot suppress through reason. Her pinned-down arms trembled as if to fight it. I held back, careful so as to not ruin the mood. Senri, who always easily suppresses me, has now become a helpless prey. Seeing her like that, aroused me greatly and felt empowering. Not yet. I will only partake a little of her blood. It felt such a shame to end this scarce opportunity too quickly. I ran my tongue along her neck, discerning the vein underneath. I painstakingly analyzed where to pierce my fangs. It was a very difficult choice. Ha, ha. Quickly, end. Finish quickly, it feels weird. What do you mean, Senri? It's always been weird. Ah, her clothes are getting in the way. I feel like I am eating a fruit without peeling off its skin. It felt too discourteous and blasphemous. A ball of sweat pops up. I lapped it up as I spoke to a feverish Senri. Senri is always sharp, but there are times she is unguarded. That part of her is what the other knights must have been concerned about. Maybe this only felt to Senri as if she was giving me a meal, but the act was closer to a sexual union. Vampires do not differentiate between the two. As far as I know, the mercenaries borrow the tent, only when they spend the night with a lover. Her arms that were pinned down, spring up and away. The sweet smell grew stronger for a second and her slightly flushed skin turned beet red. Did she not realize it? The curious gaze of the merchant who lent her the tent. And, no, we're done. You can feed from my finger. This is too much, after letting me have my way, you cannot torture me like this. I ignored her protests and continued to explore her veins with my tongue. Don't worry, if they ask you anything, just deny it. Either way, we need the tent when you give me blood. I'm looking for the best place to feed, please wait just a bit longer. Her scent felt incomparably sweeter than earlier. It was clear that her being flustered or angry, or just any kind of stimulation was making her scent stronger. Be it the act of feeding not being accompanied by pain or it bringing sexual pleasure, vampires are truly well designed. Senri struggled, making the tent rock heavily. I was going to take it slow, but I suppose it is the right time. I cannot bear the ache in my fangs any longer either. Logically speaking, it did not matter where I fed. Since, her blood is going to taste the best anywhere. Just when I decided on a spot and was about to pierce my fangs, like you would take a knife to a steak, a sudden piercing shriek was heard from outside the tent. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 58, Travel with Merchants Part 3. For a moment, I thought that Senri and I had been discovered. However, I was mistaken. Due to the hair-raising shriek, Senri, who had been flushed beet red, soon turned serious, quickly slipped out from underneath me, picked up her sword and tore out the tent. I felt a little miserable, but I soon turned into a dog and trotted after her. A tepid breeze was blowing through the prairie at night. My olfactory senses that had been heightened upon becoming a dog picked up a scent that made me choke. A strong scent of blood. A lot of people had been injured along the journey so far, but this was on a whole other level. I ran after Senri. The other mercenaries who heard the scream gathered as well. And finally, we reached the origin of the scent. This? How horrible! The scene could only be described as appalling. There lay scattered, were bones and sinew that came from God knows how many people. The blood splattered from their bodies had formed a pool and the breeze made ripples in them. One of the mercenaries who witnessed the scene retreated in horror. I took care not to let any of the blood get on my white fur as I walked closer. Gustav's carriage was left near the scene. It was a medium-sized company with around 10 employees. I suppose this was the location where Gustav and company had set up camp. The traveling group was a large one made up of more than 10 companies. Each firm had its own trade secrets, but since they cannot afford to put too much of a distance between one another, the groups generally split into ones made of individual merchants and companies while setting up camp. The setup worked in such a way that one group could call for the other if any of them were to be attacked, but it turns out there was no point to it. No one was left alive. There were supposed to be lookouts, guards and mercenaries with the group as well, but judging from the carnage, all of them seemed to have been wiped out. There lay a half-eaten head of a soldier that belonged to someone I was familiar with. The horses had also been killed and a non-plundered carriage was the only thing intact. Despite my heightened sense of smell, I still could not figure out how many people had been killed with all the bones and sinew in a complete mess. However, since I visited all the groups during the break, there should be faces I can recognize. Should I consider myself fortunate for not being able to distinguish them? I yelped quietly, mourning the deaths of kind merchants who gave me all sorts of things. Was it a beast? If it were human, then they'd have surely plundered their belongings. But for this to be the work of a mere beast, are you the one who screamed? One of the soldiers called out to a young girl near the scene of carnage, who had sunk to the ground. She had proportionate features, red hair and was dressed modestly. She was ghastly pale as if she had seen a monster, and she was shaking awfully. Perhaps she had trouble breathing, for her chest that was voluptuous in contrast with her slender body, was going up and down as she breathed heavily. I'll go get the chief. The culprit may still be close by. Stay alert. Are you okay? What happened here? One of the mercenaries ran over to the campsites of the other groups while the rest of the people present in the scene walked closer to the witness. I examined the corpses from a distance. To shred humans to pieces is simply too violent, and too unnecessary. There are better, more efficient ways for humans to kill one another. The cuts did not look to be made from a sword, but rather more like the work of fangs and claws. A beast as big as Albertus should be able to bring about such carnage. The world outside was filled with danger. Though the guards and merchants are prepared for anything fate may throw their way, seeing such a scene reminds me of how fleeting life is. However, this is not the time to stand around in a daze. I tapped on Senri's foot, who stood before me with a grim expression. Senri looked down at me. I turned my gaze towards the witness and let out a small cry. I cannot talk in this form, but I wonder if Senri understood what I was trying to convey, for her expression changed. The strong scent of blood. It was natural for such a strong scent to come from the scene of carnage, but there was a similarly strong whiff of blood coming from the witness, the girl who was weeping profusely surrounded by mercenaries. There was no blood or sinew on her clothes. The scent was not of her own blood. It was from her mouth and nails. Humans might not be able to tell, but for the sense of smell of a dog, it was clear as day. Most of all, the girl's acting was so real that even the experienced mercenaries were completely taken in, but I did not smell any fear from her. I can tell. The scent of fear, anger, joy, sadness, and even the scent of pleasure that can make you tremble all over. Senri looked at the girl and unsheathed her sword. She did not hesitate in the least. She pointed the sword towards the girl, who the mercenaries were helping get to her feet. Who are you? What are you talking about? The girl quivered, her eyes wide as she stared at the holy sword fixedly. The mercenaries helping her looked dumbfounded at Senri's sharp tone, who was well known as the goddess of victory among the group. With a number of gazes fixed on her, Senri replied in a calm manner as usual. You don't smell human. You can't fool Baron's nose. Kyun. Senri quietly shifted the blame on me, which made me cry out sadly. I never said that she did not smell human. I said she reeked of blood. Looks like I was wrong to think that we were communicating well without words. I need to take my time with her later and establish a stronger bond. The mercenaries who were lending her a shoulder shook her off and hurriedly moved away from her. Despite losing support all of a sudden, the girl did not topple over. She looked aghast at Senri's purple eyes. I'm detaining you. Should you wish to object, show us your identification papers. If you are part of Gustav's group, then your name must be on their register. I will apologize, if I am proven to be mistaken. The girl gulped. She staggered heavily and retreated a few steps back. Her expression was one of utter despair, as if she could not make sense of what was being said to her. Seeing her incredibly frail appearance, a mercenary nearby, who witnessed everything, turned to Senri, and opened his mouth. At that moment, the girl's arm pierced through the man's body. The movement was as swift as wind. A dull sound was heard. A short muffled cry. The mercenary's eyes grew wide, as he stared dumbfounded at the slender fingers that had pierced through his metal armor and protruded out of his own body. It was so fast that I was not sure even I could have evaded it. Senri took off. The girl swiftly removed her arm and roundhouse kicked at a nearby mercenary who was still slow on the uptake. Though 2 times bigger, he was sent flying like a scrap of paper. His body made a sound it should not have made, as if something had popped. She evaded Senri's swing by retreating towards the back. Her expression was the complete opposite from before. From the frail image she projected to a wide savage smile. Demon. It's a demon. The mercenaries who had finally come to their senses screamed cries of help. However, the girl's eyes were fixed on Senri. Her lips twisted and her eyes narrowed as she stared at Senri. Her eyes that had been brown up until a minute ago, began to turn gold. Humph. I'm surprised you noticed. But if you come after me, these people will die. Senri yelled out as she swung her sword. She followed up with rapid strikes that made silver lines in the air. However, the girl easily evaded them all. Though not as agile as Albertus, her movements were certainly more than what humans are capable of. Albeit barely, they are still alive. They could be saved if treated right away. What will you do? She was telling the truth. Though the wound was fatal, both the guy, who had his body pierced, and the guy, who was sent flying, were still alive. No, that is what she probably planned. In order to stop Senri in her tracks. The girl turned around and broke into a run. She leaped high and crossed several feet with just a single step. Her small figure disappeared into the darkness in a flash. There are only a few people who are capable of performing recovery magic. Even in the group, there were only 1 or 2 of them. And their abilities were much weaker than Senri's. Putting it off any longer would only yield more corpses. Considering Senri's personality, there was only one choice. Senri did not choose to give pursuit. She sheathed her sword without further thought, helped up the mercenary lying in a pool of blood and performed recovery magic on him. Her recovery magic is strong. By channeling her own positive energy, she can heal any fatal wound as long as the person was not dead. I am an exception to that case, and theoretically, it could kill me, but that power was put to good use this time. The huge gaping hole in the man's body closed up before our very eyes and the color returned to his face. The merchants who had been summoned by the mercenary were beginning to gather around. I glared at the direction the girl had taken off and quietly took a lick of the blood spattered on the ground. The bitter taste of blood made my body tremble. I cannot ingest blood in the dog form as I had surmised. Besides, what a shame that the blood had already been drained of all life force. Though unsure of her identity, she is an enemy. I have learned her scent. She killed the merchants who often fed me snacks and food. Moreover, she interrupted my date with Senri just as it was getting to the good part. I will never forgive her. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 59, Travel with the Merchants Part 4. There's no mistaking it. That's not something humans are capable of, it must be a soldier in the Demon King's army. There have been many casualties among peddlers so far, but never was it this bad. With a grim look on his face, the one who spoke was the young leader of the group. The important members of the group were gathered in front of the crackling bonfire that had been lit to keep monsters away. A few men were digging up a huge pit nearby. It was to bury the dismembered corpses. We had no means to cremate or bring them back home with us. There was no way merchants who travel far from towns could be laid to rest in a proper manner. Gustav and company were well aware of that, but it is the thought that counts. Our group is one of the supply lines. Romberg may be a stronghold, but it is a barren land. They couldn't possibly continue to fight without supplies being delivered to them periodically. I reckon that is what the demons are targeting. Reynol. That is the name of the Demon King, Romberg is keeping in check. He seems to have an army of beasts under his command. That woman appeared human. She even smelled human, but then again, Albertus also smelled human while in her human form. If she was capable of bringing about that tragedy, one that did not let but a scream escape anyone's lips, she must be quite strong. The leaders of individual merchant companies, mercenaries and guards were all discussing the matter with a grim expression on their faces. I was resting near the bonfire as I listened intently. It'll take us a week to get to Romberg even if we make haste. If their intention is to stop the supplies from reaching its destination, then they are sure to attack again. We have no choice but to fight back. Apparently, that woman was not affiliated to any company in the group. However, the group was a large one, so even if a stranger were in their midst, it would be normal to assume that they belonged to one of the other companies. Moreover, though moving in a large group ensured a certain degree of safety, it also meant that time taken to reach the destination became longer. Even if we were to discard the supplies we were carrying, I doubt we could all reach Romberg alive. It's hard to imagine that the mercenaries who were pros in their field were unable to raise any kind of alarm. It's likely, they were caught off guard. The enemies aren't large in number, but I don't think it's the work of one being. Senri spoke from her experience as a Death Knight and as an expert in fighting monsters. Everyone listened carefully to the only one who fought the woman, as well as saved the lives of 2 of the mercenaries. Even I am capable of wiping out Gustav and company. But, clashing head-on, I would end up giving them the time to at least raise an alarm. There were 5 mercenaries in the company. Although it could vary depending on their capabilities, one would need at most 5 minutes to take them all down. The mercenaries employed by the group are by no means weak. That said, they are only humans. Because they are human, they are easy to fall apart in a surprise attack. It is also possible that they had let their guard down since the enemy had the appearance of a woman. Now that Senri mentioned it, if that woman really was a soldier in the Demon King's army, then it is quite likely that she was not acting alone. It would be absurd to attack a huge group without knowing its head count. I am not an expert at gleaning information from such situations, but there was logic behind Senri's words. It also made sense that the enemy was not large in number. There is the fact that the Demon King's army was not as big as that of humans, as there would be no need to launch a surprise attack if they could overpower us through numbers. Do we stand a chance, Miss Senri? The leader of the group looked at Senri. Senri looked down at me and I cried out softly. I will help them. They were very good to me, so it is the least I could do. My nose is capable of detecting a surprise attack from far away. Senri spoke earnestly as she patted my head. Baron can detect any attacks. He was the one who noticed that the woman earlier was an enemy. Well, if that's true, what an incredibly brilliant dog. That would make him way more efficient than a mere hound dog. Where did you get him? I fed him once but he grew attached to me and followed me along. Senri held out a finger and I lapped at it without reservation. It was high praise. Senri cast an exasperated look at me as I wagged my tail proudly. Her cold gaze seemed to question my pride as a human. Senri continued. Moreover, I can use magic to scan my surroundings. Combining that with Baron's sense of smell, we should be able to defend ourselves during any surprise attack. Senri's words left the mercenaries speechless. The mages in the group looked at her suspiciously. Everyone was already aware of the excellent command she had over her sword. Being capable of casting recovery spells on top of that was already pretty amazing, but if she could also perform detection magic, then that would make her more efficient than any mediocre mage. The leader voiced everyone's thoughts a little reluctantly. Miss Senri, just what is your identity? You've saved us a number of times, so it's okay if you'd rather not tell us, but it's hard to imagine your skills as those belonging to a simple mercenary. Senri hesitated. We are on the run. We were supposed to lay low as much as we could, but Senri's name was already known. Because my father had prepared a fake identity only for me. Everyone had their eyes on her. We had already attracted attention to ourselves. Senri straightened her shoulders and spoke fluidly. She did not try to appear modest. I was a member of the Order of Death Knights. For certain reasons I can't say, I'm now traveling around with my dog. I'd like for this to be kept a secret. The leader's eyes almost popped out of his head. Seldom does anyone come across Death Knights. Any other mercenary claiming to be one might have been met with reprehension, but Senri had an unworldly air about her. And thus, from that day forth, we came to be known as the former Death Knight, aka Mysterious Goddess of Victory in Dog. Apparently the news of Senri being a former Death Knight had more impact than a dog capable of detecting surprise attacks, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. Since then, the group changed the way they operated. In the state of emergency, we could not turn a blind eye to their troubles or worry about our identities being kept a secret. At night when the group stopped to rest, comfort was sacrificed as the civilians were clustered together, with the guards surrounding them in protection. The children had grown quiet in the tense atmosphere. I stayed quiet as well. We were attacked every night. The woman was not involved after the first attack, but beasts that were obviously not just ordinary wild animals, attacked the camp and injured several people. Thinking back, that woman may have meant to infiltrate the group. Even a large group could easily be taken apart from the inside. Senri was a jack of all trades as she healed people, traced and fought off monsters. Her detection magic was done using her positive energy. She changed the form of energy to cast a net of thin wires which she then used to detect any movements. I employed my sense of smell to detect enemies while she did not. Though her range was not as wide as mine, it was clearly more efficient. It put me in an awkward position. Every time Senri used her detection skill, I felt a little queasy. The woman was quite far away, but her scent kept following us. It was proof that we were still being targeted. I wonder how our enemies precisely sense our location from far away. Perhaps, they were also tracking our scent like me. And so, it was the fifth night. We had almost reached Romberg when the leader summoned everyone. It's time we settled this. We need to wipe them out. The situation would only worsen if we continue to receive these attacks. We've managed to keep them at bay until now, but we aren't completely exhausted. There were both truth and lies mixed in his words. It is true that we are not exhausted, but it was at a stage where it could be ignored. If safety was our priority, then we should not be the ones to make the first move. However, I assume the leader has also taken the near future into concern. The group is quite large. Hence, we were able to get back on our feet after the first attack. Had Gustav and company been traveling alone, then I am sure they would have been wiped out without a trace and disappeared into nothing. Moreover, ours was not the only group that was carrying supplies to Romberg. At the very least, we need to hunt down the demon that looks like a woman while she's still in the vicinity. She's sure to cut off the supply route if left unchecked. That one is quite formidable. But you can defeat her. Right, Miss Senri? The leader, who had completely become Senri's fan in the past couple of days, smiled at Senri. Well, it is certainly not a bad idea. The monsters that have been attacking us every day have been successfully defended against by proper coordination among the mercenaries. Though everyone in Gustav and company perished, the group still had plenty of mercenaries left. The woman was not close by. We would need to seek her out in order to kill her. Even if we were to lead an offensive with Senri, there were still enough people left to guard the group. We had more room to plan things with all the carriages having gathered in one place. The leader spoke in a grim tone. Humanoid demons are rare. That woman should be the keystone of this attack. What do you think, Baron? Kyun. She needs to be killed, if possible. Of course I have my concerns, but worrying does not solve a thing. There is no saying what the opponents are scheming by attacking us every night. But the leader is right in saying that the situation could only worsen if this kept up. High returns require high risks. So, though this may not be a part of our duty, knowing Senri, she would not be able to refuse. Naturally, I would comply as well. Okay. I'll help. You have my gratitude, Miss Senri. And thus, we put our plan into motion. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 60.1, The Attack Part 1. Vampires are demons of the night. Even if it were a darkest cave into which not a shred of light seeps into, they still would not be able to exert their full strength. However, that is not so for their archenemies, the Death Knights. The reason they hunt down undead during the day is because the undead are weak to sunlight and not because their strength weakens at night. The day the plan was to be executed. An almost perfectly round moon shone in the night sky. Senri and the mercenaries stood around a roaring fire, fully armed. Half of them along with Senri were to attack and the other half to defend. Most of the mages were part of the former. The scent of powerful beasts, the likes of which I have never come across, wafted through the air. And their number was likely more than any that had attacked us so far. Among them clearly, was the scent of that woman mixed in. It spoke of her strong fighting spirit. We were almost at our destination, Romberg. I am sure our enemies were getting impatient as well. We are going to take the fight to them. Oh, wouldn't it be better to attack during the day rather than at night? A tough, veteran mercenary inquired with a frown on his face. Demons are creatures of the night. Contrary to humans, beasts can see better at night. Unless there are special reasons, it was normal practice to eliminate beasts during the day. Senri shrugged. Our enemy would be on guard in daylight and wouldn't come near us. I could chase them down if it were just me. We can't have you be the only one to fight, Mississippi Senri. Since the enemy is probably not just the undead. Uttered the second-in-command of the group, Laurel, seems to be his name, all-importantly. He wasn't wrong. If Senri attacked them by herself and ended up losing, then this group would face the risk of getting wiped out. The only reason that woman had not attacked the group with all of her entourage was because it had someone as skilled as Senri protecting it. Moreover, there was only one reason Senri chose to fight at night. It was because I cannot join the fight during the day. I am a pacifistic vampire, but I would not let Senri fight alone. I was even able to defeat Albertus somehow. Kyan. The moon is almost full. I can feel the power welling up inside me. I displayed my rising will to fight by howling into the night. Senri kneeled down, and, as usual, looked at me with her cold eyes and patted my head. Baron, we'll be staying back. Kyan. Be a good boy. This is absurd. I was so thoroughly taken aback that I stood baffled. I grew stiff and a tough-looking mercenary laughed as he tousled my head. Don't worry, kiddo. Your master is strong and we're there to help too. Kyan. This is preposterous. I am Senri's partner. We even have the seal of approval from my father. While it is true that I would not be of much help in this form, and since we are not that far away from the enemy, Senri's detection skill might just be sufficient, but it is simply too mean of her to not take me with her. I feel myself being picked up from behind. It was Katerina, one of the merchant's kids I always played with. She was around 15 years old, had blonde hair and a delicious scent always wafted from her body. I turned around to see her look at me with affection in her eyes. "Baron, it's okay. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. There are a lot of mercenaries staying behind to guard us. As long as we stay put, it'll all soon be over. Stay with me, please. Kyun. I have no reason to listen to a girl, who would not give me any blood, but it does not look like I have any other choice." She takes me to the children sitting around the bonfire. I send off Senri and the others with a sorry look on my face. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. At the head of the group tracking the monsters was Senri. Demon King is the term used to refer to the king of all other kinds of creatures that display hostility towards the entirety of mankind. Any monster can be the king irrespective of its species. There have been dragons, intelligent monsters, and even King of the Dead. The only thing connecting them all was that they were no simple monsters. The primary duty of the Death Knights is to hunt down the undead. However, they also have experience fighting the Demon King. Once in a while, a strong and intelligent undead would take a number of monsters under its wing and transform into a Demon King. Conversely, it is also possible for the Demon King to have undead under its command. The Death Knights need to fight all kinds of enemies in all kinds of circumstances. Senri has fought many such hard battles with monsters of every kind. Rex, a mercenary, who was walking alongside Senri, struck up a conversation with her. "Senri, if we make it back safely, would you like to join our band of mercenaries? We'd certainly be more than happy to welcome an ex-Death Knight. Baron's ability would also be of great help. You seem to have your own reasons, but there are a lot of people like you with us. It must surely be a better prospect than traveling alone. I'm grateful for the offer, but I have things I need to do." Rex smiled bitterly at Senri's prompt reply. End was certainly in a tough spot. Senri's reason was probably more grave than Rex could imagine. Mercenaries also battle with undead at times. There may also be among them people who hold grudges against vampires. Senri and End could not just easily join any group. End cannot forever live in the form of a dog either. Even with the battle with the Demon King ahead of them, there was no fear among Senri and the others. That was because Senri was with them. That is the weight the title of Death Knight carries. The Death Knights are not particularly skilled at defending. There have been quite a few normal citizens or hired mercenaries, whom they have let die. However, it was much better than being frozen in fear, unable to take any action. The enemy seemed to have sensed them getting closer, and has made the decision to fight back. The opponents were pretty spread out, their intention being to surround Senri and the rest. Maybe they were being wary of the mages. However, that would only serve to help Senri. That woman must be the leader of their group, so once she is defeated, the pack of beasts would soon scatter. It would be no issue if a few beasts were to escape. There are more than enough people guarding the base camp. Senri cannot very well hunt them all down herself. Senri's main role was to crush the leader. They're coming. Be alert. A look of nervousness swept across the mercenaries' faces at Senri's curt words. A tepid breeze blew past. They already had a spell for night vision cast on them. Even if it were the dead of the night, no beast would escape their sight. And thus, Senri intercepted a sudden dark mass that swooped in on them. The dark sword and the silver sword exchanged fierce blows which sent sparks flying. The intense dark energy made Senri's hair stand on end. The one who attacked was a woman with huge, dark wings. Contrary to her previous appearance, her skin was inky black and her largely exposed body was covered with some strange red lines forming a pattern. She was barely clothed, except for her private parts hidden from view. Her eyes glinted gold. A long tail stretched from her back. The mercenaries felt a little shaken, but Senri did not stir in the least. There are only a handful of demons that are humanoid and capable of shape-shifting into humans. If anything, the non-human woman looked a little shaken instead. The dark longsword clutched in both her hands clashed with Senri's silver sword. However, Senri was the stronger of the two. There was but a moment of contention. Senri made use of the momentum she had gained to push back the woman who came swooping down. The woman spread her wings wide open and took to the night sky. She was a creature akin to demons and different from undead. Her lascivious appearance was proof of her depravity. Demons. Paranormal creatures that are said to rule the underworld. Incarnation of evil. Fearsome beings that wield the power of countless evil spirits and are capable of pushing humans into the path of darkness. To the Death Knights, they are beings on the list to hunt down next to the undead. Senri licked her lips and uttered. Demon, this is a pain. Don't look down on me, Death Knight. The demon grew furious with rage and a magic circle levitated above her arms. Demons, which could very well be said to be the personification of magic, do not need any complicated procedures to wield it. It is likely that the demon has never crossed swords with a Death Knight. No, she surely must have not. If she had, there was no way she would be alive now. So, their decision to fight back must also have been a poorly informed one. A little later, the howls of beasts echoed through the forest. The pack of beasts under her command were closing in. Senri turned around to Rex, who had become stiff. We proceed as planned. I'll kill that demon. I'll also ward off her attacks. Just as we planned. Oh, let's go. Keep up with Senri. We carry the fate of the merchants in our hands. Why? The mercenaries screamed out, hearts trembling with excitement. And thus, Senri with her sword clad in blessing, intercepted the dark lightning the demon let loose at them. Sylvan, sorry for the wait. The translator had issues with COVID, so she had to take a week, and a few days, off. This chapter is split into two, and from now, scheduled day for posting would be on Wednesday. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 60.2, The Attack Part 1. This is unfair. This is really below the belt. I lay dispirited on Katarina's lap. The scent of Senri's blood is the best, but Katarina also gave off a very delicious scent. It goes without saying that I cannot indulge in my cravings, but the simple act of laying on her lap felt tantalizing. Had I been just any other vampire, then the girl would have found herself devoid of all the blood in her body. As she gently caressed my white fur, which I took pride in, I set my eyes on our surroundings, watching every movement. I can sense what people feel from their scent. The camp was enshrouded in a bit of fear and relief. The ones who could not fight were all gathered around the bonfire. The mercenaries spread out, forming a circle around the group, guarding them. Most of the mages were out to fight alongside Senri, but one had remained in the camp. Every precaution had been taken. That said, we would still find ourselves in trouble if the enemy were stronger than me, but there does not exist a lot of monsters stronger than vampires, so there is no point in worrying. If it ever comes to that, we have no choice but to accept death. There were a lot of little boys and girls gathered around me, and they took turns stroking my head. They were all kids I had grown close to in my time traveling with the group. I almost never had a chance to be the center of attention of so many people even in my past life, so this was certainly a new experience. The kids were not their usual self and appeared a little nervous. Baron, once everything is over, will you become mine? Kyun. Would you give it to me? Would you give me your blood? Really? Are you okay with not being able to take me out on a walk in broad daylight? I felt like a king. Is this what being the king of the undead feels like? I hope the plan succeeds. All we can do is pin our hopes on them. We can't really make it out alive, just us. Men, who looked like owners of different companies, threw kindling into the fire as they discussed their predicament. Senri is strong. I know that better than anyone. So, I do not doubt her capabilities, but at the same time, it is also true that there is only one of her. Even when I was attacked by Albertus, Senri was not by my side. Her power is hers alone. Hence she cannot protect the whole group by herself. The fact that we had little to no information on our enemies was also cause for concern. As I carried out my duty as a guard dog vigilantly, Senri's scent wafted through the air and into my nose. Looks like the fight had begun as per the plan. The fight was taking place quite far away from where we were camped, so, no sounds of battle were heard. However, the downwind carried her scent to me. If I were to ever catch a whiff of Senri's blood, then I intend to rush to her rescue. My nose twitched in an effort to glean as much information as I could about what was happening. And then, I craned my neck to look up. Is this not strange? We are camped downwind. The direction of the wind has not changed that much either. During our first encounter with the woman who pretended to be the victim, Senri mentioned that she was found out through her scent. So, the enemy should be aware of my sharp sense of smell. In that case, they should have attacked from the direction the wind is blowing. Actually, since Senri employs wide-range detection magic, it did not really matter which direction they came from, but they are not aware of that. The first attack was pre-planned. In the wild, learning to read the wind was a necessary tool for survival. I cannot imagine they would not know something as simple as this. Our opponents have the upper hand in terms of movement speed. They could have masked their scents if they so wished. They intended for me to know the location of the battle. Why? Am I overthinking this? I jumped out of her lap and stood on the ground. I felt unease prickling my skin, however, it was simply too late to warn Senri. The scent of blood reached me. Close. But it was not from the battleground. A groan echoed through the trees and was followed by a delayed scream. Flustered, I turned around to look in the direction the scent of blood came from. There stood a small man near the bonfire. At his feet lay a mercenary who had been enjoying a recess. I have no idea how he was attacked, but his head was barely hanging on to his neck. Death must have been instant. Dark red liquid gushed from the gaping hole where his head once was. His eyes were wide open looking in my direction. There was no more light in those eyes, but I could see the regret in them. Ah, Oliver, what did you? What you ask? Have you gone senile, master? The mercenaries who were on guard around us, heard the screams and began to gather. However, the man called Oliver did not look in the least flustered. Nor did I smell any fear from him. It was the coachman. A black hat on top of his head, well-tailored clothes that invoked a different feeling of comfort from the kind mercenaries wear. A small whip dangled from his hip. He had a small build with barely any muscle. He did not look as strong as a tough mercenary. However, the fingers on his right hand were wet with blood. Drops of blood dripped from his fingertips. He smelled human, but I doubt humans are capable of lopping off another person's head with their bare hand. He was an enemy. He had infiltrated the group. Got himself hired as a coachman and became part of the group and traveled along with them. And thus, the moment the secret weapon, Senri, had left the group, he made apparent his real identity. The man who lay dead was one of the finest mercenaries among the ones who stayed behind. However, he still could not defend himself from a sudden attack from a man who he believed to be a comrade. The guards were on the lookout for any movements from outside the group. They could not have foreseen this and so they cannot really be blamed. The merchants are transporting goods from far away. If he had joined them at the very beginning from where they set off, then this must be one truly patient plan they put in motion. Moreover, the fact that he chose to reveal his true colors now must mean he saw his chances and took it. A young man who may have been his employer, shrunk back as he censured him. Have you lost your mind? Are you biting the hand that fed you? I paid you plenty. He really has gone senile. He cannot even read the situation. Well. That young Miss Senri is certainly strong, but no matter her strength, she can't carry the whole group on her shoulders. There is a right place and a right person for everything. If Oliver's intention was the destruction of the supplies, then he has no need to kill Senri to accomplish that. Oliver shrugged and a big fireball landed square on his face and exploded. You traitor! Don't think you can win against so many of us. The mercenaries' eyes glinted with anger as they surrounded him. The merchants had grown pale and did their best to keep the helpless folk at a distance. The fireball was from a mage who had been left at the camp as a precautionary measure. Offensive magic was strong and even a lower-rank mage should be able to fatally wound at least a single person by themselves. It would no doubt cause a fatal wound. That is, if the opponent were human. The smoke cleared away. The mercenaries' eyes almost popped out of their heads and they stepped back. Oliver was utterly unharmed. His hat had been blown off and half of his shirt had been reduced to ashes, but there were no discernible wounds on his skin. Wow, how could you be so mean to an ex-comrade? I really liked that hat. What in hell are you? The mercenaries looked speechless at Oliver speaking away nonchalantly. He brushed off the ashes and said in a regretful tone. I intended to keep that hat. Well, no matter. Since the moon is almost full, I would probably wreck everything anyway. Saying so, thick blood vessels bulged on his body. It creaked and groaned as his small figure underwent extreme transformation. This caused unrest among the mercenaries, their faces grew white as a sheet and they shrunk back. I recognized that transformation. Albertus. His average-sized body enlarged to the extreme, tearing apart his clothes, pants, shoes from the inside. His height, which was about 150 centimeters, almost doubled. Brown fur akin to wires enveloped his scorched skin. However, the most shocking change was the one to his face. Its skeletal structure changed. His jaw jutted out, nose grew long, ears stretched upwards transforming into huge ones. All of the changes happened in a matter of seconds. The children witnessing the horror at a distance all began to scream. I wagged my tail and glared at Oliver. One of the mercenaries uttered its name even as his voice trembled. Werewolf. Well, it looks like I don't need to introduce myself. Humans. Werewolf. A combination of wolf and man. A being different from Albertus who was closer to a beast. He was the very image of what I had pictured a werewolf to look like. With a wide smile on his face, Oliver shot off the ground, raised an arm as huge as a log and attacked the mercenaries surrounding him. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 61.1, The Attack Part 2. He was overwhelmingly powerful. 3 people were sent flying in a flash with a swing of his arm. Though it was unclear if they survived, they did not budge an inch on the ground where they lay. That single attack broke the spirit of all the mercenaries who had come running to the rescue. He did not possess any extraordinary skills. It was simply the pure physical strength of a beast. Every single move of his was so swift that no human could keep up with him. It was no more than a display of the abilities of a beast in human skin possessing human intelligence. One of the mercenaries recklessly unsheathed his sword and yelled out as he rushed towards the werewolf. The sword came in contact with the werewolf's torso covered in brown fur, however, it was easily deflected. His arm was carelessly shaken off and the force of it sent him flying a few feet as if he were a ball. It was the weapon. A sword was no good. Ordinary weapons do little to no damage to a werewolf. A mercenary raised his voice as he stood in front of the children, shielding them. He was a large man and yet he looked more like a child before the werewolf. Does anyone have weapons made of silver? Oh right. I do have a knife. A female hunter, who was moderately equipped, pulled out a puny knife. It looked like a charm that she carried around for protection. Silver is a metal that is more malleable than iron. It is expensive and generally unsuitable to smelt into weapons. Its use largely lied in its ability to be wielded against beings of darkness, so other than professionals like the Keeper, no normal person would carry any silver weapons on their person. Holy swords like senris are of more practical use, but it is almost next to impossible to get one's hands on holy silver. Oliver squinted at the knife and laughed out loud. "Are you fools? What do you think you can do with that toothpick?" Arrows unleashed by the mercenaries were repelled by his fur. Not paying any heed to the sword that came at him from every direction, he devoted his attention to the prey in front of him. Though there was a mage and a person carrying a silver knife, his first target was the mercenary who stood in front of everyone. A huge paw cut through his body along with the sword. The man had not even the luxury to cry out before he collapsed to the ground lifeless. The children screamed in terror. "To think you would imagine you could take me on, Oliver Arbor III, when the full moon is almost upon us." He did not need to prioritize his targets. Fire magic was deflected by a flick of his arm and he turned around to crush the hunter who came at his blind spot with the silver knife in hand, prepared to die. The beast wreaked absolute mayhem. He was not as big as Albertus after her transformation. But he was probably superior to her in terms of sheer combat abilities. However, his blows had that strength that someone only in a human form could deliver. Oliver never howled. Most probably because Senri and the rest of the group might hear him. Even if the children's screams could not carry very far, Oliver's howls would probably reach Senri's ears. One of the merchants, the man who had been Oliver's master, his legs gave out and he shrunk back as he yelled at Oliver. "Oliver, why you bastard, what are you after? Is it the supplies? If so, everything. Human. I'll kill everyone here. And then, take all the supplies." Our numbers dwindled with every passing second. Out of the 30 people who were left behind to guard the group, less than half were alive. Fear got the best of one of the mercenaries and he took off on his heels. Oliver did not look the least perturbed as he deftly picked up a fallen sword with his clawed hand and aimed it at the fleeing man. The sword pierced his head and he slumped to the ground. No one can escape. No human can escape from a beast's claws. The supplies, the horses, the carriages, the humans, I shall help myself to anything and everything. All you will be allowed is to get on your knees and beg for mercy. Such arrogance. Such power. Werewolves are supposed to have been brought to life by vampires, but Oliver might be stronger than me. I weighed the pros and cons of the situation in an instant and made up my mind. I have no choice but to fight. I might be able to escape here in the dog form, but this group is certain to perish. These people did take care of me. I am not completely heartless. Although it does not warrant putting my life on the line, if I were to survive by abandoning them right now, I might end up losing Senri later. Senri would never forgive me for abandoning them. Although her mind would be able to see why, her heart would still not agree. Then, my only choice is to fight. You need to take a risk in order to gain something. Well, this is nothing I cannot handle. My odds of winning are not zero. I managed to evade even Ape and even defeated Albertus somehow. I wagged my tail at Katerina, ran towards Oliver and growled fiercely. I owe them for the food they shared with me. I shall use this opportunity to help them out. I will end up exposing my identity if I transform here, but, oh well. Albertus already knows what I look like. I growled as the power welled up in me. Kyankian. Baron. I could hear Katerina scream out my name. Oliver looked at me growling at his ankles and stared in wonder. Kikek, what do we have here, such a brave little doggy. Much more courageous than the so-called mercenary who turned tail. Come to think of it, it was you who sniffed out Monica, too. Well, I'm sure fate brought you to us, so I shall let you live. You will serve as a good present for Lord Raynal. Whoa. Really? Is not what you will hear me say. The curse I possess right now is something I got from Albertus. It is the source of her absurdly ridiculous strength. I nimbly kicked off the ground and bit into Oliver's brawny arm. My small fangs dug into his skin and my talons clawed at his thick skin. Oliver was unfazed. He simply looked down at me, a being much smaller than him, and smiled puzzled. His expression looked human in some respects. It hurts. Impossible. It's not, just an ordinary dog. Well, I guess you're not an ex-Death Knight's dog for nothing. Such a pain in the ass. Oliver shook me off, slamming me against the ground. The strong impact made my muscles tear and bones break, sending pain shooting across my body. I yelped in spite of myself, as if I really were a small dog. Werewolves are known for their cruel nature, and this one was no exception. He showed me no mercy. He trampled on my small body. The weight pressing down on me made me yelp reflexively. Albertus mentioned that she got the curse after she was bit by a vampire. However, she had not lost her mind to it. She had enough sense to stay on the human side of the world and make the decision to hunt down vampires. However, Oliver does not seem to be rational. The man before me was in the form of a werewolf and looked to be complete control of himself, when in fact, his soul had completely descended into darkness. I made a mistake. I thought I could get him to let his guard down in my dog form. I only need 3 seconds to transform. If I grab hold of him and revert to human, I could gouge out his heart before he realizes what even took place. Maybe I would even be able to end this without everyone seeing my human form. However, I cannot move an inch now. The only reason I had not been squashed to a pulp was because Oliver was holding back on his strength. I could tell my bones were breaking, but my regenerative power seemed to be doing its job. He still did not hold back enough. I would have certainly died, had I been an ordinary dog. With his foot still over me, he surveyed the mercenaries, who stood rooted to the spot. Everyone felt threatened by his sharp gaze. Do not oppose those stronger than you. I was right. Humans are such weak creatures. There was no particular need to infiltrate this group, but that Death Knight is certainly a handful. Oh well. At this point, there was only one way to win against him. I need to steal his curse. I would rather die than do this, but if I revert back and drink his blood, I should be able to absorb his curse. Timing was the issue. If I were to do it now, I would very likely end up dead before I managed to drink his blood. I needed a chance. I racked my brain in an effort to find one. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 61.2, The Attack Part 2. And at that moment, Katerina, who had been trembling in her mother's arms, shook them off and stepped forward. Her face was a mess from tears and fear. Even so, she threw cutlery at Oliver and yelled shakily. For better or for worse, the bowl with soup still in it, spun around and hit Oliver square on his head. I'll let go of Baron. You monster. Hey, Katerina. I found myself incredibly taken aback by Katerina's actions, as she was supposed to be smart. It is foolish to draw the attention of the monster now. Not to mention, to do that for a dog just because you care for it, is crazy to be honest. Even if she had not done that, chances are she would end up a corpse on the ground sooner or later, but she still should have stayed quiet. Even in a situation where it would be impossible to come out on top, you still need to avoid being foolhardy. Oliver looked at Katerina as he would a prey. I could catch a glimpse of a tongue that was bright as if on fire. Well, looks like we have yet another brave young girl, here. All right, if you don't wish to see Baron die, then I shall let you go first. Katerina uttered a cry and her knees gave out. She did manage to draw his attention, but his leg was still pressing down on me. He is rather cautious than I expected. Katerina is the same as Senri. Even if her actions were due to the fact that she did not know of my real identity, I could not possibly abandon someone who tried to save me. Though I was stuck between a rock and a hard place, the Lord did not bother to make an appearance. I struggled desperately, trying to put some strength into my body. A strong will to fight makes me see red. My whole body feels blazing hot. Cayenne. Cayenne. What a noisy dog. And thus, I went through an awakening. My viewpoint grew higher. My breath came out in puffs as if to dispense the heat within, and my body creaked in tandem. My body was expanding. The picture of Albertus swelling up flashed through my mind. My long, white fur grows even longer. Small, cute front paws into bigger, cute front paws. Oliver, who had held me down, stepped back, looking shocked. And I, with the help of my new huge limbs, got to my feet. This is impossible. I grew a lot taller. Almost as the same as the tallest mercenary in the group. I had evolved. So this is what the world looked like to Albertus. The ground shook with every step I took. Considering my height on 4 legs, I probably looked like a soaring monster from a human's perspective. I looked at Oliver, whose breathing grew ragged as he retreated. I was a bit shorter than Oliver, but that was because he was two-legged. If he were to get on all fours, then I would probably be the taller of the two. I can win. I can win. I looked up at the moon and howled. Cayenne, Cayenne. Baron grew bigger. Katerina's eyes were wide as she uttered shakily. Don't tell me, it was only my size that changed, but I still looked the same as before. Oliver, who was out of it until a while ago, kicked hard at the ground and sprung at me. Since I have no experience fighting on 4 feet, I was at a loss at what to do. His huge claws slashed at my paws and the pain was so intense that I yelped loudly. I instinctively raised my other paw to fend him off, but he stopped my blow with one arm. What in hell? Your size was just for show. What a weird dog. Blood splattered, staining my prideful white fur red. It appears I did not grow any stronger. All that had changed was my weight, and I was still no match for Oliver. This only put a bigger target on my back. I was still hurting like before, and all I had become was a bigger white dog. Even so, I held on to a gleam of hope as I tried to attack him. Oliver simply slid to the side to evade my full-on attack that was strong enough to crack the ground. I lunged at him, but that only enabled him to land a heavy blow to me. I was blown off, landing smack on a mercenary standing around. I rolled around and quickly got to my feet. He is strong. He was incredibly fast despite his body being big. I lunge at him with my mouth open wide, but he uses both his hands to stop me in my tracks. You have no experience, do you? His claws dig into my jaw and the intense pain almost makes me tear up. And, I could not close my mouth at all. Sadly, I had no choice but to receive his kick, which once again blew me off my feet. Even though Albertus was quite strong, a fine predicament I find myself in right now. The white fur that everyone petted and cherished was soiled in the blink of an eye. I wanted to weep. Nothing worked, be a blow, or hurling myself at him, or trying to snap at him. First, I need to arrest his movements. I could hear people behind cheering Baron on. I prepare for the inevitable pain. I raised myself on my hind feet and used my front feet to stamp on the ground. The ground shook more violently than I could have made happen in human form. However, Oliver was at my eye level by then. He had leapt up before the ground rocked. I could feel his claws, sharp as a knife at my throat, and his voice in my ear. Sorry, but you're going to have to die. If you wish to resent someone, direct it at your master and your weak friends. His voice made me snap. At this rate, his claws will tear apart my defenseless throat. This will not do. I have no choice but to revert to human form. This guy is out to kill me. I can only survive by killing him first. Don't think about the consequences now. Forget about what needs protecting too. Kill. My instincts whispered. A monster at night is a lone king. It is at its strongest, when solitary. His claws miss my throat. My body shrinks. The fur falls out and I am released from Oliver's grasp. The sounds of people cheering Baron on ceases. However, it is for the better. Forget taking him by surprise. Don't think about what comes later. Miracles cannot happen. Attack him head on. Kill the guy who dared to rob me of my freedom. The moon shone in the sky. I was on my knees as if I were praying to it. I got up on my feet slowly. My viewpoint was neither high nor low. There were no screams. There was nothing but silence. No one said anything as they had their eyes fixed on me. And so, I returned to my original form after a truly long time. The one to first utter something was Katarina. Baron became a human this time. Sorry, I am not really a dog. However, this is not the time for apologies. I shook my head clear. It has not been too long since I fed, but I am not all that sure I can defeat Oliver in this form. Senri mentioned that werewolves rival vampires in pure physical strength and may sometimes even surpass the latter. Consequently, the Death Knights find werewolves to be more troublesome to handle than vampires. Well then, let's start the third round. Claws out, I glared at Oliver. Oliver was dumbfounded. His eyes open wide, his body trembling, he stared at me. He looked more shocked now than when I grew bigger earlier. Is it that unusual for someone to take the shape of a human? When he has been doing the same thing just as easily. Our eyes meet. It made me realize how intimidating his presence was all over again. I hope my claws can penetrate that fur. Worst comes to worst, I need to buy time until Senri gets back at the very least. It should not be too hard to accomplish owing to my regenerative powers. I walked towards him as Oliver croaked. TT, that's absurd, a vampire. No wonder you could hurt me. No, that ability, I am impossible. His voice was laden with fear. He was foaming at the mouth. His pupils were contracted in excitement. His arm that had easily crushed me, his fingertips, were quivering in fear. With every step I took forward, he drew back several. His demeanor had not a shred of the arrogance and bravado he displayed earlier. His trembling voice echoed through the night. And Oliver fell to his knees and prostrated himself as if to offer his head to me. Ancestor. The king of the undead. I didn't realize, I had no idea. I am just a loyal, powerless dog, my liege. Sylvan, the chapters are cut into 2 cause of the length. If chapters are twice as long, we will split them.